Hello, everybody. Welcome to another session of Dark Souls 2 Dirge of Drangleic. I really hope that... yeah, as I already say hello. I really hope that the audio is coming through properly.
Yeah, hopefully.
I'm a little way away from my mic because my neck started hurting a little bit, so I can't really be leaning around too much. So I'm a little bit away off from my mic.
You sound fine.
Also, as a quick, I guess.
Voice not.
Oh. Damn it. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Your thing was working.
No, it wasn't supposed to.
Shouldn't be.
I was about to say, we're getting announcements from Outlet. Giving
Yeah, I know. Just a quick thing of I'm sick as shit, so I'm actually not going to be Atlas is going to have a different performance this session because normally how I do the Atlas voice, I achieve a really harsh gravel. I can't do that right now, or rather I can, I shouldn't. So Atlas is gonna sound quite a bit differently nowadays.
That's fine.
That is perfectly fine. But another announcement. We're 5 subscribers away from 100 subs, y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah, like 16 new fucking YouTube accounts and subscribe.
It keeps fluctuating between 94 and 95 and 96 every couple of months. But hey, we'll see if we can get to 100 before the end of the year. But that being said, I hope everybody's been looking forward to today. It's been a couple of weeks where we haven't been able to play because of IRL stuff. But hopefully today we have, an intriguing session for everybody. All right. So, as always, shout outs to Sound Phenomenon for providing most of the background music that we used in the campaign, as well as Larian Studios for providing some of the ambience music to. Shout outs to FromSoft for making awesome games. But with that out of the way, whoever wants to go ahead and do the session recap for that sweet DM inspiration, go ahead and do that. I believe, Marian, you said you wanted to go ahead.
Yeah.
Then take it away.
I'm normally not good at it, so please have some leeway with me. But the last time on Dark Souls, Dirge of Drangleic, we started after our battle with Armor Dennis had run its course. After making a game plan, Valencia and Signis tried to talk to the old man and see if they could get him out of his house. Meanwhile, AR and Shieldbearer had the discussion about their morals and beliefs. After that concluded, Signis found a way inside, captured the man, and let Valencia and Ace in, but the rest stayed back with Armor Dennis. Valencia, Signis, and Ace tried to interrogate the old man. They found out that he had some kind of history with Shieldbearer, so they went to get Shieldbearer. After a rough, heartbreaking moment with Shieldbearer, he had decided that the best thing to do is to hand him over to the authorities. On the way back, the party tried to discuss what happened to Armor Dennis, while Shieldbearer and Shieldbearer were having a fight about whether they did the right thing. Ace helped them to understand one another, and then once they got back to the village, they decided that they would while they were going to go in for the main mission, they would have Armor Dennis on the watchful eyes of Valencia's followers. While he gets the chance to ask the old man, Alphys, the questions he wanted. Then, after the party got back, they would hand over the old man to the authorities. Then the morning came, and Shieldbearer tried to explain his history to the party, and the fears about all the things he doesn't know about his history. The party tried to comfort him, tell him that they accept him who he is now, not who he was or could have been. And then we left off with Doc Rock wanting to tell his story. That's
That is
today.
correct. We will be picking up right at the moment where Doc Rock is going to be regaling the party with, with his story. I'm just adding a couple of tokens onto the starting screen because, you guys have now met Armor Dennis and Ruined Alphys. That's the full title of the NPC. I think the ruined part is kind of self-explanatory. But yeah.
Peed his pants, Alphys.
We kidnapped an old man with dementia.
I mean, not exactly dementia, just a magically induced memory loss.
Dementia.
It's dementia.
We are going to be picking up right around that time where Dr. Rock will be regaling everybody with the story here. As soon as I can find the art that I had for this.
And if people after the session want to tell me how they did, please, because I'm not good at recaps.
I mean, I will say
that's pretty good.
You earned
Let's
yourself
open
your
as well.
inspiration, for that.
I already had one, so who can use this one?
Good question. Do I have one?
Still have mine.
I do not have mine.
Then take this one.
Oh yeah.
I just wanted to do this recap due to
Yeah, of course.
Stupa's heartbreaking moment.
All right.
Our boy.
So, we pick up. This would still be the same night as everything that has transpired so far. Obviously, in the morning, you guys agreed to go into the mission of the rumblings that have been heard around Fort Cardinal. But before that, obviously, after having this moment of genuine, honest talk amongst the party, Dr. Rock, what do you begin to say to the rest of the team?
After the comment of basically asking him if everyone would mind if he says he would go. Now that before I begin to recount the information about mine history on from my time as in Minefield, I will state the information that I do present and may change Line's opinion of me, but it is something that, considering all of the conversations people have had so far, that I believe I believe you should know. Now, this, and he would reach into his packs and pull out one of his little folder books where he keeps all of his individual notes in, and would, for the first time you've ever seen him do so, begin taking out papers, not like ripping them out, but like taking them out their folders, as he would put one paper in front of each of the party members, something you've never seen him do before. This is information not about the patient, and he would state, this information is not about any of mine patients, rather it is information pertaining to mine own history. And I will let you read it before I continue explaining, and he would hand one page to each and every one, so...
Very important question. Can we even fucking read it? He is a doctor.
Yeah, isn't it in doctor shorthand?
No, it is in regular written. It's not.
Well,
it's not doctor code.
I was just gonna say, I imagine like it just looks like chicken scratch, partially as a joke because bird.
Yes, it is proper. It is legible. It is readable.
You are a doctor, correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, Valency starts reading it.
Signis checks for a medical license.
As you all read the papers, each one is a list of names and ages and genders, all of which end with deceased. As each one recorded and the date of which it happened, and for those of you who see, and if you ever peeked at the other person's paper, the names are not the same and all of them have and all of the ones on the pages, and all of the pages have different timestamps for all the names have the same timestamp on the pages, but they're all different. So, like, for example, one might be all of X year 2, but all of the others might be X year 3, for example.
I would imagine that the dates and names of months and days don't quite line up with the Drangleic calendar. What's it called? So for those of you who are reading these, who are from Drangleic or more associated with Drangleic, you recognize that this is not the naming convention that is used in this continent.
Is it anywhere similar to like the kind in Darnum, since Signis is actually like connected to the dock?
Kind of.
Spanish versus Portuguese.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a case like that where it's like the names of stuff is kind of like off by like a couple of letters, but you can kind of understand what it's trying to say.
And Rock would be standing there waiting for you all to read this information before he continues, basically letting you all comprehended. The entire page is full. It's not like a part of the page. No, it's the entire page is full.
Signis would just sort of like look up and just be like, well, one thing's for sure. Wherever he came from isn't too dissimilar from where I did.
Atlas will kind of like, very bluntly ask, like,
Doctor, are these your failures?
No, these are not mine failures. Rather, they are mine. I guess for those of the faithful, they are mine sins to bear. And the failures, as he looks to Valencia, of the nobility from mine home. For you see, these are not lives I fail to save. These are ones I am responsible for the endings of. Now, before you question, I am not a killer. These are the failures of the nobles of mine home. For you see, as you pull out his mask that he usually wears, he would ask, how many of you are familiar with the context of this mask, as he holds up his Plague Doctor mask?
Signis raises an arm.
Ace does.
Do they have them? Do they have them in Drangleic?
Well, that's the funny part. Drangleic hasn't had any plagues as long as you've been alive. There's been There's been illnesses and diseases that are kind of like your average that you would find, in like medieval times, I guess. But like, there's never been like a widespread disease that would warrant the usage of these types of implements. Obviously, the so-called curse, the scourge, whatever you want to refer to as, is a bit of a special case here, but, as far as you're aware, there has never really been a need to use these types of implements.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure like the closest thing you guys have seen so far in your world is Fern.
Yeah, Valencia Wu just has, it's a helmet, is it not?
This is a Plague Doctor's mask.
Oh boy.
I was not a doctor in the sense of, it was not my main source of income, nor my main profession. In my home, ran a shop where I would do the occasional metalworks, patching up things, be it banging the dents out of a sword, patching one's chainmail, or fixing a kettle or a pan. But primarily my business was selling poisons and antivenoms for those who might be venturing out of the city to hunt or fight, or mine potions, which I'm well versed in, or other alchemical supplies. I also ran a clinic where I would charge the patients a price based on what they need. If they came to me with a simple illness that will pass in a few days, I would simply tell them such and pass them on their way. If they needed a healing, I would charge them fort amount. But it was not my main practice, so I gained a reputation in my home as a local doctor for the common folk. For it, as you've mentioned, Valencia, doctors are quite renowned, and as such in my home, only the upper class could properly use them, and the doctors themselves. And he's quite clearly not happy about when he says this. Took that and acted with similar authority to where they were better, and only the wealthiest could afford their treatments. I did not share this sentiment, and considering it was not my main income anyway, treated people with affordable treatments, for it did not cost me much to gather, especially considering I sourced my own supplies.
What are these names then?
They, as I mentioned, are the failures of the nobility. For you see, because of mine experience, those doctors who were not as well respected or worked within the main churches, we were conscripted, not like soldiers, but rather to deal with epidemics when plagues broke out. And these are the names of those who were too ill for me to treat. And so, these are all lives I have ended myself. And if you check the ages, it's not just like adult men and women, no, it's basically every age range possible for what basically would look like it would be either sections of large cities to entire to settlements or towns that he's been a part of, and maybe not the entire thing, but he's responsible for a fairly decent chunk of it.
So our doctor is a euthanasia doctor.
Not by choice. For these outbreaks, every single one has one simple cause. The nobility, for they only called us when the outbreak risked affecting them. If they called us earlier at the signs of an outbreak when the common folk got sick, or whenever the illness began to spread, for these illnesses breed in the areas where poverty is high, people are forced into close proximity, and they do not have common hygiene.
1 second.
What's that noise?
Yeah, 1 second. Rab, somebody has some form of static in their microphone. I can't tell who it is.
I don't think it's me because I'm hearing it.
Might be
I
me.
heard it as well.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's gone now. It was just like a weird random beeping.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it disappeared now, but yeah, just a heads up
Yeah.
if people's mics start acting up.
Huh.
But yeah,
Okay.
continue,
See,
Rock.
It's these illnesses bred in those environments, and once they got to the point at which the nobility themselves risked infection, they would call us in to deal with the situation. And if they called us earlier, and the only regret for these actions, I do not regret what I have done, for it was the choice that had to be made to stop the outbreak. My regrets that the upper class allowed it to get this far. For all of these outbreaks would be contained if they simply called in the treatments before the infection got to the point. But as the nobility of most nobles tend to, they only cared about their eviction. They did not care about those who were below them. They cared about members of their circles, and once their circle became threatened, then they would call for aid. And so, the only choice left in most of these cases was to burn it all away to stop the plagues. Be it
What
outbreak.
evil kingdom did you come from?
You would be surprised
Trust me.
You would be surprised at the cruelty people are capable of when given the chance and separated from the common of society.
I can attest for that as well. However, I must ask, What exactly was this plague?
It depended on the outbreak, as I quickly beer because I was going through Steiner to find the diseases. Because the beast folk thing, that's not really something he would likely be called out for. Like, he might deal with the occasional beast, but that's more of, like, the specific hunter shits they had.
Well, the Scourge is kind of widely known in the city of Luyarna. But it's, what's it called? So sorry if y'all hear a bunch of ducks in the background. The neighbors are going crazy for some reason. I was saying that the Scourge is kind of widely known in Luyarna. It's never really been given like a name, like a proper name. It's always either called the Scourge, the Plague, insert other synonym here. So kind of up to you how you wish to describe it. I would say, at the very least, you have seen at least one. No, a handful of cases of proper full infection, as it were.
Yeah, I was just reading. Yeah, I was just finding the actual diseases because they do have some. It would be various diseases: cold plague, where and necrotic rot would fill the people's lungs. People's lungs and suffering inflammation to where they would burn. And another such things. Fevers. Another rot, other such things. That is more of what I would deal with. Why did you ask?
Where I come from, there's something in that, while has it mostly been phased out, it was a type of plague, I would say. It turned men into beasts. No offense, looking at like both Rockshi and Shieldbearer.
None taken. I also had beasts in men's clothing in mine, though it was much rarer than the plagues I was commonly called to deal with.
What we then learned was that the main source of the plague was in fact the very medicines that we were using to fight it, which thankfully it now has meant that at the use of such a thing has been outlawed. However, it both the nobility and the ruling parties of my home city at the time were the ones who were spreading it, even knowing this information.
Yes. And the nobility regardless, the nobility also regularly called me to deal with such outbreaks, finding me, and due to my expertise in the fields of poisons and other alchemical solutions, such as alchemical flames and such, a convenient tool for it, especially because I was also well respected by the common folk around me due to my medical practices. They even tried to recruit me to work with them, seeking mine concoction, seeking mine medicines, mine poisons, and even mine explosives, though I refused every time, for I have no desire to become noble or be a noble. I was content with mine lot in life. But these are the lives, regardless of mine direct taking of them, that I am responsible for the deaths of. I note every single one and I keep a record of everything I have dealt with in mine work, good and bad.
What's it called? Atlas will kind of ask, What's it called?
You said at the start of all of this that this might change our view of you. What makes you think that would be even the case? What you did was a sign of professionalism, and although you might carry those scars with you for having to be the ones to put these people down, you still prevented further suffering for them and for the rest of the people. Article 18 of Glamoth Military Regulations state, "Weep not for the dead. Cremate to avoid propagation and move on." Although you are not dealing with the same plagues that my planetary sphere dealt with, the same principle still applies.
Well, regardless, I figured it's worth noting for a mountain of corpses might change Von's view.
So you're
I
telling
also-
me that that hole we went down back of the village, there's an entire kingdom like that out there somewhere?
Not maybe like was Valencia commenting about the under settlement we went to?
Yeah.
Not to that extent, rather. But imagine the buildings in Drangleic, that we've seen in Drangleic cities. Imagine houses next to each other like that. Families of tens being forced to sit together and not having proper access to facilities to clean themselves or clean their clothing and such, for the nobility hold the wealth to themselves, or do not care about the plights of those below them. In such environments, illnesses such as these propagate, and then, once they actually reach the point of affecting those in the upper areas, to where they can actually, in the upper classes, then we were called to deal with it. That's why I say I do not regret what I have done. I only regret that it got to the point that it was necessary.
It's understandable. What you are describing reminds me of what had to be done back in the day, prior to when I was born, really. It is not easy to have to put down what you may have known was once an innocent, but when they've lost their minds or when it's too late, all you really can do is put them out of their misery.
It's also why, Lady Valencia, you are what I consider a rare case in for. Whilst I do not hate, whilst I can describe myself as hating nobles, it is less nobles themselves that I do despise. Rather, it's the concept of nobility itself. You are a rare exception, for most of the pompous nobility I've had to deal with basically boils down to their ancestor granted some great accomplishment, and so they themselves believe themselves above other people and worthy of more respect than the rest. Which to me
I can assure you that I represent the nobles of Drangleic. We are nothing like those you
Signis's
mentioned.
eyes narrow.
I will hold your comment, but I will not fully believe it till I see it for myself. It is nothing against thine word, but I am a man of practical experience. Everything I have learnt, everything I have done, everything I have discovered through mine own hands, be it recurring the knowledge myself, or being the one to discover it.
Of course.
I have also saved many patients as well in my time and treated many an injury. It is just that these outbreaks outweighs them by a great many. It is also why as I mentioned, I do not like the concept of nobility, for at the end of the day, everything dies and everything returns to the earth. I can respect one for having a higher standing, for they have done such to achieve it, such as leading their people to great success, defending their homeland against invasion, or being the one who organizes and manages their entire food supply. But I do not believe that just because one's grandfather slayed a great beast makes them worthy of respect, when they quite literally could die the next day and nothing about their world or their domain would change outside of who rules it.
That's quite a radical view, I must say.
Maybe
Signis
so.
has something he wants to say, but knows when to keep his mouth shut.
Maybe so, but I am in a practicality is why I respect you. You claim to be noble and a knight, but you actively put yourself in harm's way, keep thine word, and do everything thine can, and to follow through in thine promises. That I deem worthy of respect.
At this point, the Gwenald speaks up and says, "You don't even know the half of it, Doc. Lady Valencia is, one of a kind amongst the people of Drangleic, I'll tell you that much."
But anyway, I will state to you, just because you have met the faces of your fellow nobles in keeps and castles does not mean you know the truth behind them. Many a person is capable of a false appearance.
The Lady Knight's squire raises perhaps a harsher point than I would place it, but still something that raises concerns. We all trust that you are able to keep this party healthy, that is correct. However, you yourself stated that medicine was not your main source of income, and that your skills were spread about quite thinly. How can we be absolutely sure that your expertise will be consistent enough to keep not only us in check, but also the people of the village that we are custodians of?
Because the simplest explanation I can give to that is because I never, as those around me have said in the past, half-ass anything that I do. When I decided to learn about poisons and alchemy, I decided to go to a medical school. I went through the courses and I got a license, and as such I decided to make use of it. It may not have been my primary business, but every time I did it to the best of my capabilities. I never did something until it was good enough, or until it was okay-ish. I always did it the full and proper way, doing it to the best of mine abilities, and never for anything less. If I do for it is a belief of mine, if I am going to do something, I will do it correctly.
With all due respect, effort and results are not the same thing. As the saying goes, a jack of all trades is a master of none.
But is still better than a master of one.
On the note of a jack of all trades, at this point I have to ask, Shieldbearer, Ace, do either of you have anything to say so far about what has been discussed with Dr. Rock?
Super had lots of points. Seems like he wanted to say something, but Motley hold his comment.
Ace kind of thinking about it. Well, you can't. Well, you can't really hold. Well, you can't really hold too much against what happened because, well, it's a shame that you got a bunch of blowhards that didn't call y'all out till everything got worse. It's just sad. So, I'm reading through all these and
Well, to revisit an old question, why are you sticking with us?
If I had to, basically, I'm right outside of being visual. One, it seems we were put together for some manner of reason. Two, I have agreed to keep you all in good health, and I follow through with my word. And three, after our travels together, I have come to enjoy thine's company. And as such, I do my best to make sure that you will remain in good health, also not pass for anything other than natural causes such as old age. And as for my treatment, I cannot. It is up to you to decide if you wish to keep me as your doctor. I cannot force one's mental state, but I will ask: is there any dissatisfaction with the treatment, care, and medical practices you've seen from me so far?
I can say for certain that I trust Dr. Ock's ability to treat us. However, I am going to say if I would rather not have to deal with the possible fact that I may get so to say, put down if things get too bad.
The only time I would ever consider such an option is if it was quite literally there is absolutely zero form of medical treatment that I could give. I would quite literally only consider that as the last resort.
Cersei looks like she was about to say something, and then she kind of stops herself. But she does stare at you for a couple of seconds, Dr. Rock. Fern kind of just doesn't really seem to have much of a reaction, but that's probably because he's wearing a mask. And he does, however, kind of like looks over at Valencia as if, as if saying that he'll just follow whatever it is that Valencia will say. Gwyneth just kind of puts like a thumb under his chin, kind of like in like a thinking man pose, so to speak. And he just kind of again seems to narrow his eyes a little bit, not really like staring daggers at you type of way. More so as if even he's still kind of trying to decide like what to think of you.
If I could have made any other decision, I would have rather that we were called sooner. For the treatments themselves were capable. The only reason it got to the point it was is because there were too many sick and not enough doctors to stop the infection before we would get sick as well.
And what about their choice?
I know they may not have wished to pass, but unfortunately in life, not every tale can end with the heroic savior and the lives of of all being healed. If such miracles existed, these lists would not exist.
But-
And if the nobles cared enough about them, they wouldn't have existed either.
Why not give them a place to live by themselves?
That would require that would require effort from the nobles to take care of the housings and allow people to remain in space. For a lot of these sicknesses, is require either the correct environment or proximity to somebody who is sick. If they cared about if the nobles' hospitals, the local churches, and the nobility cared about these things, then none of these would have happened. The problem is, to them, it was never an issue until they were the ones at risk. If I could have made the choices, one case is a simple doctor's appointment. 3 case warrants investigation. If 10 people are sick, then the entire area must be then sending doctors to treat all of those who may be ill and find where the sickness comes from and deal with it. But unfortunately, Mind Voice does not get to make such choices. And with how many were sick, the only choice was to clear the so that either rest would live, else it would go from a town or a district to potentially a large portion or the entire city. If one nobleman got sick, that would not be of consequence to me, but the issue is it was hundreds or more, and the amount of doctors numbered in the tens to 40s. For they did not risk the doctors in favor of the nobility. Rather, they sent, in simple terms, as mentioned, they drafted the common doctors that the people would see to deal with these plagues. That way, the nobility could simply sit back and watch and wait for word that has been contained.
At this point, Fern speaks up once again and says, I believe I have heard enough, Dr. Rock. Whatever judgment is casted down upon you, it shall be up to Lady Valencia's choice, and the choice of the rest of her companions. As for me, I believe that while Amanda was pushed in a particular position to have the weight of many lives on your shoulders, ultimately what stands is that, well, you did end lives. And that is not a weight that can be carried so casually, I think. Not saying that you are, of course. Far be it for me to assume what type of burdens you carry. But what I will say is that should you decide to remain in the service of Lady Valencia and her companions, then I expect that you understand that when it comes to more personal matters, individuals who you know, who you speak to, who you break bread with, it is a different thing altogether to consider the possibility of ending their lives. At least, that's what I think.
That is why, for me, it is never the first option.
Fern kinda just stares at you for a couple of seconds, nods, and then...
But it is an option for you.
not something I would do on my own. It was something that I would whilst it is something I would consider, but I would never engage in it myself. Let's say you, Lady Valencia, or Lady Ace, or Shieldbearer, contracted some deadly plague. My option list would range quite literally through every treatment method possible that I could know, or research into what might be causing it to cure you of the illness. The very, very last step I would go through, if you are capable of such, would be asking you if you wish for me to continue the work and leave you in suffering, or to end it after exhausting all of my options. If you are incapable, I would consult with everyone else and ask what the decision will be. But it would never be the option I would do, and it would never be one I would make myself. If in such a situation for an individual's case.
With all due respect, it is very wise of you to defer to other people's discretion when it comes to this decision. However, it is quite inconsistent with your previous behavior of making the executive decision to put your patients down. I am not saying that I am for or against the act of euthanasia. These decisions are far beyond the prerogative that I have been authorized to give. But it should be noted that you, as the Lady Knight says, have the capability to do so.
Unfortunately, in the case of plagues, there is very little room in some situations. That's why I say if we were called earlier, I would quite happily treat everyone for their illness and save all of the lives. The problem is, we were never called to save all of the patients and stop the plague. We were simply sent to contain and eliminate it. The nobility did not to keep the nobles safe. I did not make the order to end the lives. I was simply conscripted in the situation when it became necessary.
At this point, Gwendolyn speaks up as well, and he says, this whole conversation is getting a little bit too difficult for me to follow. But what I will say is that, I'm gonna have to start taste testing all the food that I serve Lady Valencia from now on. Not to say that I distrust you, but, you did just admit that your specialty lies in poisons. Am I the only one that, he kind of looks around at everybody else, am I the only one that doesn't quite line up for, like, being a doctor and stuff? I'm not going crazy here, am I?
No, I do agree. It's a...
There are many different medicinal applications. Not every form of toxin is deadly.
Look, man, I get it. You're the professional, you're way smarter than I am. I'm just saying, it just doesn't quite line up for me. But who am I after all? I'm just a simpleton, in the eyes of somebody who went to medical school, right? Kind of like chuckles a little bit.
There are many forms of intelligence, Gvenot. You are a master of a culinary craft. I am not. I know how to make simple things such as teas, but if you asked me to bake a casserole, I would not be able to make anything as tasty as you.
Oh, okay. Let's try not to make this a competition. He kind of chuckles.
I am not making any competitions. I am merely saying you are skilled in areas that I am not.
And he nods and says, well, whatever the case is, I think, like again, this conversation has been a little bit difficult for me to follow, but like, he kind of looks over Valencia. So what? Are we like making like a choice whether we keep the doctor around or what?
If that is what it comes to, you may. I simply believed after the argument I heard between Atlas and Shieldbearer, the knowledge of those who know of loss, and the fact that I have not made clear mine past or mine history, I figured I would, all you knew about me before is I learned how to smith from my mother. I learned some amount of alchemy from mine and such from mine father, and I studied medicine. And you are
there seems to be a chronic condition of everyone in this general vicinity completely ignoring when the Lady Knight is being directly addressed by name to give an opinion.
Does everyone just stare at Valencia?
I mean, Gwyneth is staring at Valencia, Fern is staring at Valencia, Cersei is staring at Valencia, but obviously all three of them are your retainers, so that kind of goes without saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rourke's basically said his piece. He's vocalized why he himself is not a fan of and distrusts nobility. He's mentioned what his past entails. He's mentioned that he did actually run a clinic out of his shop. He did treat wounds and people, but he wasn't like a full-on official doctor, ran a proper hospital and all that. He more dealt with common folk, treated their wounds for what is considered more affordable pricings and everything, and he dealt with plagues and that. It's basically just a case of we just figured, but this is what I actually did. If it changes anything at all, but otherwise he's still the same person you've been traveling with the entire time.
I say we don't kick the doctor out. He, after all, has been honest with us here. However, Valencia just looks at Cersei, looks back at Rock. It's everyone's individual decision if they want to receive treatment from you or not.
That is how it has always been.
I will keep my eye on him, says Cersei. She looks over.
Has it truly been the case that it has always been the case that you will only operate upon someone's discretion? I do recall you being incredibly pushy and insistent when it came to my treatment that I initially refused multiple times.
I will always ask if or say that you need medical treatment, but if you always refuse, that is your decision at the end of the day. I cannot save those who do not wish to be. I cannot heal those who do not wish it, but I will always vouch for it. It would be very poor of me as a licensed physician and doctor to let somebody walk around with a hole in their chest.
I ask Shieldbearer and Ace, do you have any comment on this?
Well, I mean, you're the only doctor we've got, and I don't have any qualms of your moonlighting as a smith and a alchemist and poisoner.
Ace said, Dr. Ra, you're a loose cannon, but by God, you're the man for the job.
Basically. Yeah, basically that's what it sums up to.
Shieldbearer, what about you?
Shieldbearer is silent on purpose.
Okay. Man, a
He
few
has a lot
words.
to think about. Well, he did just go to his own crash out,
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
even menacingly.
Those are emotionally draining.
Signis is just quiet.
Well, In that case,
Valencia stands up from the table. Well, anyone else want to tell the story?
share the dark past.
Signis walks into his room.
Well,
Would side-eye sickness.
yeah.
you know what? You know what?
Isn't this around? I was question. Isn't this around the time when the town crier came out and mentioned Signis is wanted by the noble? Like,
No,
after-
that's tomorrow morning.
We're gonna
Well,
we did retcon that a little bit to say that happened in the
Yeah.
morning.
So, actually, you know what? Tana to take the out of character to take the tension off of Signis a little bit, because the only people who are in the know are legit Signis and Shieldbearer. Signis because put two and two together. Shieldbearer, Ace told him.
Okay.
Friggin'.
In the know about what exactly? I
About
forgot.
Signis being who he is.
No,
Ace
about
put two and
Ace
two
being
together, Signis does.
no Ace being one as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you had it back. Yeah, I get it. Probably backwards, but hey.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, unless anybody
Well-
else. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, if it's time to, well, no, I guess it's a decent time as any since we're all gathered together. Ain't a campfire, but except for like the embers in that old fireplace. Well. Okay, so it's a couple of it's a couple of things. And stuff that's been milling over. Stuff that's been milling over. What with stuff earlier in the day, and well, since Doc's been on. Want to share stories? Good as any to share a bit of my own as well. And kind of looking over at both. Well, actually, yeah, like. Because basically looking over at Shieldbearer, Signis, and then Valencia, and then the rest of the people in the room. Well, aside from now. Granted, I know ain't exactly like Jurth gonna be similar or in these cases, but ain't no hey, as long as if we're gonna be traveling around, might as well be honest with folks. Well, as a couple of y'all know, I used to be a bit of a mercenary. Used to be a bit of a mercenary bounty. Used to be a bit of a mercenary, a gun for hire smith every now and again. Smith for folks. So we've worked, even moonlighted at a hotel, but that's a different story for a different time. But
Are you going to tell us that you were a criminal?
Cersei says, if so, we knew that.
Okay. That's the most deadpan expression. Like, okay, first off, all the folks
like pop his head from the stairs.
The only person I told the full details was the big guy here. How'd you know? I ain't say.
You certainly act like it.
How do
Like a
I?
vagrant.
Let me guess,
Sig-
you
Signis,
robbed
like,
a train
pops his
in
head
your
from the top
time
of
with
the
your
stairs.
gang on horseback or something.
What is a train, Cersei asks?
Disregard everything that I just said.
Well, a couple of folks in my gang did rob a train. Never did train rob.
We're not talking about those anymore.
The most I did was like hold up. The most I did was like hold up a stagecoach.
I just imagine Signis like peers down from like the stairs and just goes, it was kind of hard. You weren't particularly sneaky about it.
Okay. No, look, how? Because
If you weren't a
the
criminal,
fancy.
I would have assumed that you were just homeless.
Incarnation, and would you consider me homeless?
You certainly act like it.
For home. Just because we don't sleep in no fancy barracks or what have you doesn't mean everybody's homeless. This is a
Fern.
bucket of bolts.
Fern kind of raises his hand and says, I do understand the being in a position where you don't have much to your name. I was fortunate enough to be under the service of Lady Valencia and have a place to stay. But I can at least commensurate with your plight, Miss Ace.
Well, at least they weren't as bad. At least me and the folks I ran with weren't as bad as some of the other desperados around my plane.
Cersei speaks up and says, so long as you do not try to induct Our Lady into your outlierish ways, then we shall continue to remain amicable as instructed.
It is obviously the jurisdiction of the entire party to cast judgment, but I, for one, believe that your proclivities in marksmanship and staying out of the fray whilst contributing to the wider combat, even if it is contributing mainly cover fire, is invaluable, and as long as you have not broken any of the local laws of this planetary sphere, there is no reason at all for any of us to hold your past against you as long as there is no trouble to be made here. It is not as if we are going to be coming back with you when you return to your world. It is of no consequence to us, in my humble opinion. Also, what is going on over there? Why is the Phantom Thief doing backflips in the stairwell?
Granad looks over.
Signis is just like trying to get back up to his room to maybe grab something. Like he knows what Ace's situation is. He's figured that out for a while. So like he wanted to sort of like back away just to avoid the possible topic of being brought up of his shenanigans.
Like here's the thing. the folks we robbed were mostly corrupt business folks, other crooks.
Mr. Bank, right?
Mm,
You rolled to see if the concept
Yeah.
of banks exists in Drangleic.
I presumed that they didn't, and that's why I was like, Mr. Bank.
Yeah, because like he heard you're right. He heard like Ace robbed the banks, and it's like, well, yeah, Mr. Banks, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that last name.
He's
yeah,
laughing. his
Banks is
ass
a
off.
last name.
Yeah, that's the last name because of riverbanks and stuff. Yeah, so it makes sense for like Shieldbearer to be confused and just think, it's like a guy, right?
Signis is just losing his shit on the stairs. He heard that shit. It's just like fucking wheezing. And he stopped trying to get up the stairs. He's just laughing his ass off.
Like, never, like, major rule of our gang was we don't harm innocents, we don't rob, and we don't rob from good folks.
Also, Miss Ace, like I told you, I don't hold it against you at all. If any danger shows up, I will protect you. And I know you'll have my back as the Flaming Thunderslinger.
I appreciate it, big guy.
Also, Miss Walker, you come down here right now.
Why is he talking like a mom?
Walker, if anything, at least come down for story time.
Signis just like he just like sort of does like a weird like sideways head nod, and then does like that thing where he like moves absurdly fast. You just see he like from his position up on the stairs, he's just suddenly in the chair or at the table again, and like legs like cross us sitting there or in like the what's it called I've been expecting you pose. He just says, "Go on."
Look, since we're sharing it's the sharing circle right now, so we already know a bit of Shieldbearer, we already know a bit of Docs. You and Big Gal, and apparently most of the folks around here already knew a bit about my history. What about? What about
you? Cut off.
Yeah.
Is this the Ace talking to Signis?
Yeah, Ace talking to Signis, because...
Well, as you are probably aware, you just see like Signis is like it looks up and says, well, as you probably were aware, I have a bit of a military background. Nothing particularly impressive, if mind you. Though you just see like for a second his like as he like leans back, like his eyes glow a little more slightly, and like the irises change for a second before like it reverting to how they usually are, and he says, though I would rather not talk about what happened during in my time in there. I guess if you really want the nitty gritty, if you really want the nitty gritty details, let's see. I was roughly, I believe, Eve 7 when my parents were brutally murdered by cultists who had my and yes and then okay, give me a second. I need to fucking compose my thoughts here. I'm just gonna like wind this back a bit.
Take your
Let's see
time.
here. My parents were set up and brutally murdered by cultists. There were some nobles who wanted something out of a cult and proceeded to sell out to two very premier hunters, and as a result, I lost both of them. As such, I was left impoverished, and had to take care of my two sisters. I got adopted. I got adopted. I trained in to become a hunter, and that's that. And then I eventually made the executive choice years later to have a bit of a change in profession. Any other questions?
What was the change in profession? You cannot possibly end your story there.
Signis makes a gesture at himself, like
Cersei.
Well, it's quite
Yeah.
obvious, is it not?
Cersei's.
You after all have your name for me, and well, I wouldn't say that title is entirely incorrect.
Cersei just picks up and says, thieving. I believe that's what he means. His new work is thieving.
Bingo!
Let me make this absolutely clear. I was under the impression that as a gentleman thief, your job is to break into facilities to test their security.
Signis
Was
just
my
starts,
assumption wrong?
Signis just starts laughing. I guess you could say that.
That is
So it's
not
more
the
so me
language of
testing
the
their-
innocent.
I never said I was.
What's it called? Like, Atlas like stares at you for a bit and just kind of like goes like,
Well, in the end, your skills have still proven invaluable. As I have said to the outlaw, as your skills are invaluable to this party, and there should be no problem as long as you have not committed any crimes within this planetary sphere. After all, it would not be any of our purview to judge on what you do in your own planetary sphere under your own local laws.
Cygnus sort of smirks, but he doesn't say anything.
Didn't
Ace has that look of, oh no.
didn't
Who
Cygnus
did you steal from?
Oh, you know, the Duke of Seldora.
What?
Wait, what? So you're
I do not know what that means. Can somebody clarify?
okay. So before y'all came here, there was a town crier who had brain news something about some duke from some duke who got robbed, and now I just put two and two together. That little cash you mentioned a while back, that was from there.
Yes. I
How
must
much we
say, they were fairly impressive coffers. I couldn't take everything, of course. I split it's the most of my earnings among the impoverished of Seldora, and then hot-footed it out of there.
Well, at the very least, as long as we have no business with this noble, I suppose it is fine enough that we take a wide berth of them.
Atlas kind
You.
of says,
Valentina like stands up as she like scrambles for her longsword.
Oh no! Dang it!
Signis you just watch as like Signis sort of does that thing again, but like this time instead of like appearing in the chair, he appears like right next to you and just says, "You have your honor, but I have a feeling that it might be best to maybe avoid bloodshed at the moment. After all, there are many watching." He as his eyes like sort of like scan, and the he makes like a show of like scanning the cavern which with all its patrons, and the
You are
tavern
the enemy of Duke Seldora. I can have the entire town guard surround this place.
Lady Valencia, I did give my word that we will not fight inside. Could you either take this outside or keep your sword in its sheath?
How much have you stolen? When was this? Explain yourself.
Let's say let's say for the Duke it was likely a paltry amount. For anyone else, I'd say a fairly significant sum. After all, it's not like I could take everything with me. I took what I could, and I redistributed it among the impoverished of Seldora, as I mentioned. The Duke of Seldora isn't exactly as, I would say, he like takes a moment to think as he says, I wouldn't exactly say he's charitable, if anything the opposite. The kind of taxation you would see there is appalling, to say the least. It is, after all, the duty of the leaders to ensure that its people do not go hungry. It is to ensure that the people are not suffering. And yet, what I saw when I went to Seldora was nothing but.
With all due respect, you can explain yourself in court.
You see, he like sort of smiles as he says, "Really now? Well, that's certainly something. But I have a feeling that even if you decided to take me in, there is one simple issue here. Do you think I would let you?"
Make a fucking acrobatics check.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
Yeah, 20.
Let's see.
You can beat that.
Gotta roll shit on this.
The moment you
Yeah.
guys start kind of tussling around the table, the tavern keep will look over once again and says, "Hey, I told you guys to stop fighting."
I am merely trying to take this outside as courtesy.
Also, Lady Valencia, may I ask you something?
Now's not the time, but you may ask.
So, just to understand this, You're fine with me not knowing who I am. You're fine with AR not saying anything real about their past. You're fine with Doc Rock murdering people to save more. And you're fine with Ace being a thief and do a lot more. But you draw the line as soon as it happened to someone you not even know but have heard of.
My continued association with you, Signis, is a danger to my family name.
So is the rest of us. For you know, bare minimum.
At this point, the rays of sunshine have begun to shine through the windows. Do you say
I
anything?
do
Oh,
believe
go ahead.
we have a place we need to go through. So can you either park it for today or stay here?
No, I cannot.
Do we not have a job to do? It is do you,
Signis, your
do you
arrest could clear
prioritize?
my family name.
Now, I must ask, what's more important to you? Your family, your family name, or the lives of the innocent people of wait, what the fuck is the town's name again?
Fort Cardinal.
like
Well, the
5
town has the same name as the fort. It's just called Fort Cardinal Town.
Or the people of Fort Cardinal. After all, wasn't it our mission to go and assist in the matters that would be concerning for the people of this town? Would you put their lives? Would you put their lives below the honor of your family? And the question still remains. Oh, okay. My brain just shat itself. Give me a second to like
Were
reorganize
you
my thoughts.
intending to weigh the idea that whatever's happening with the rumblings could put the people of Fort Cardinal at risk? Is that what Signos was trying to say?
Yeah. Well, yeah. He's saying that could. Do you see now the now I have to. Now I have to ask. I am here to assist you, and the rest of this group with whatever matters that come up. Do you believe? And so far, or as you could tell, do you believe I am of the character? Do you believe I am of the character to harm people without meaning?
Valence is silent for a moment. She's still holding on to her sword.
Now you can listen in here. I do not mind that you're noble. Well, I personally have no problems with you. My issue is with the corrupt. And if you wish to arrest me, or so be it. Would it not be easier? Would it not be easier if I was actually working alongside you, or rather, okay, fuck, I am actually losing my shit here. Give me a sec. I am fucking
To help you out a little bit here, Nathan. You're trying to have Signis say that would Valencia rather be working with the corrupt nobleman, or get her hands a little bit dirty by working with a thief for the sake of the greater good? Is that what you're trying to ask?
Well, yes, but he's also trying to argue would it not be easier to keep an eye on me while you're working with me?
Yeah, I mean, if you
rather
want,
than maybe rather than having me in a cell that would like not
likely
that would just
would likely not
genuinely
contain
not hold me.
yourself. Yeah, would likely not contain you for
Yeah.
long periods of time. Okay, well, yeah, I guess
Yeah.
if you word it like that, I ask Valencia, how would you respond to that particular line of thinking?
It's a good question.
Gwenol is like, and
I'm surprised he can sleep through all that.
what's it called? Cersei, you see that she's kind of like side-eyeing Signis, but she's mostly kind of focused on like the general area around Valencia and Signis. Valencia, you've worked with Cersei for extended periods of times at this point, so you kind of already know what pose she usually does when she's procuring the hidden blade, so to speak. And Fern is basically kind of like tensing up a little bit. You've kind of trained him to react a particular way, to like situations of potential like danger. So you know that he's currently kind of like at attention, like ready for whatever may happen.
Valencia's gonna glance at Cersei and just see how she's reacting to the situation in terms of just like, what does she think?
She will say, "My lady, while ordinarily I would say that we are not to associate ourselves with ne'er-do-wells and vagrants and scoundrels," she then fucking looks at everybody in the table, but AR and Shieldbearer. She will say, "These are extraordinary times. Also, rue it as I may, I believe to say that we may be outnumbered here." And
Also, I've seen this go down too many times, and I do not want, and we don't want the real nice innkeepers kicking us out over us.
pulling out the
Over,
pitchfork.
Pulling out torches, pitchforks, and a good old saloon brawl. As much as I enjoy a good bar fight now and again, I don't think it'd be be cordial of us.
Cersei will
Once
look.
more.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
If you turn in sickness, what will hold you back for turning on the rest of us as well?
Cersei will look back at Valencia and say, "I believe, however, Lady Valencia, this may be your chance to properly make sure that a scoundrel like him turns to the side of good. Imagine the reputation that you would gain back at the capital if you were to reform a criminal such as him. Regrettable as it may be, his skills are commendable," she said while biting her lip.
I just imagine like she would have already noticed like Signis has his eyes on like her hand, as if like as if like he's just like going in. I can see what you're doing there.
It's basically that chill thing of like right before the friggin' standoffs and
It's
weapons.
fucking-
Ace is
Go ahead.
Ace is just looking at the whole party like,
It's
what? Just like ding ding.
It's like Greedo and Han fucking pointing guns underneath the table at each other.
Yeah.
Signis,
Go on.
after we complete our mission at the fort, we are going to do. If
Why is that our answer to everything?
Time for duel
He's
number
just-
3.
If I win the duel.
He like his expression like immediately changes from like the cocky thing to like actually like a look of like what's the word?
Incredulity, yeah.
Incredulity, yeah.
Yeah, incredulity. It's just like he's just like, Why is that our immediate reaction to practically anything? This party fights among itself more. This group fights among itself more than I've seen in.
Do you wish for me to
cultists
call the
and
town
hunters.
guard right now?
I
If you do
mean,
it,
Actually, counting, I'm pretty sure.
As a bit of a parenthesis here, just go ahead, finish what you were saying, Rav.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure we've had more more of our combats have been actually PvP than actual combat.
As a bit of a parenthesis for the sake of the audience, of those of you who have played Dark Souls 2 that are watching us, or maybe watching us at the moment, I want to point out, the party has already beat one of the 4 strongest creatures in this continent. And they're still at each other's throats.
look,
Like, they have a boss hole and
It was
everything in their
fun.
possession, y'all. I just want everybody in the audience to know that.
we already used it, and they have a blacksmith. We just ain't been to a forge for real.
also, Schubert says to Valencia, whatever you're gonna say next, think of Omra Dennis's will. For I believe you and AR wanted to give him safe passage.
That is true.
The ghost of
Yeah,
Armorer
go on,
Dennis,
name-
not that
name
he
the-
has died. The ghost of Armorer Dennis says, I'm still here, somewhere in the inn.
I just imagine we just hear like 2 boot stomps from upstairs. Hey, quiet down down there.
But
There's
no,
a difference between
A criminal and a
Wait.
criminal?
making a criminal pay for a petty crime and making a criminal pay for stealing from a duke of Drangleic.
Ace pulls out the bounty poster.
Yep.
Wanted alive by order of the Kingdom of Drangleic for banditry, illegal use of magic, petty theft, assault, price of information capture. Sure, 650 gold pieces.
Omra Dennis has done worse. So your point?
Honestly, I don't know how much Walker's worth.
That's fair, but Walker so far has been
yeah, like
claimed to have done robbery.
Valencia
Omra
was
Dennis has a whole list.
Valencia was interrupted when she was naming like the terms of the duel. So
Yeah, no, that's fair, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Valencia.
Signis just like nods. Go on.
Okay. If I win the duel, you will come with me to Duke Sodora. Where we can figure things out.
He thinks about it for a moment. Sure, why not? I'd like to see the look on that old man's face once he realizes is that he's been duped.
Do you have any terms for if I lose?
He thinks about it for a second. I don't think there's anything specific. However, I can say this. Maybe if you do lose, maybe I'd like you to think about the nobility you look up to so much, and I'd say reconsider your stance on them. You may consider all of the nobility of Drangleic good, but to say at the very least, I am going to note this. You are horribly naive.
Valencia just kind of narrows her eyes at that comment.
I can kind of you remember what happened at the dang before our fight? Weren't most of them Knights Nobles too?
Wait, out of character, which fight are you referencing?
Ace and Valencia's duel when folks were talking smack about Val for, they're letting this traitor in here, this friggin' fugitive.
Were you not set up by fellow nobility after all?
That was just an exception.
Now,
I shouldn't let one example.
may. Now, thinking about it now, I think I may add another clause to if I win. If I win, you allow me to help you clear your name.
What were you gonna say?
But we do it in a way that I can work with.
And what were you gonna say, Valencia? That was just an example of what?
Well, I'll allow Valencia to be cut off with that.
No, okay.
She's gonna give it a think after Signis says, clearing name his way. Valencia does not like the sound of that, but I accept.
I do want to make one extra clause to this duel.
You are not
That's not
part
how
of
this
this
works,
deal.
bro.
No. It is. If you really want to go through with this, Valencia, I want the same rule for all to apply. That means the same goes for Armor of Dennis. Same goes for any of us when we possibly have a bounty. No ifs and or buts.
I mean, to be fair, I do have a bounty, but it ain't really applicable over here unless any of the friggin' Silver Stars wound up over here as well.
If you want a standard as this so-called group leader, as he does the air quotes, then you need to live by it.
Denied.
Then it isn't a question. Whatever you do, I will do my own thing. As he starts walking off to the quest.
Fuck them nobles, said Shieldbearer.
Listen, he didn't claim Valencia as leader, and this shows enough for him.
Well, I guess at this point I will ask, because we kind of blended the timelines a little bit here together of what was happening what night or in the morning.
It was basically like getting it's the wee hours of the morning, I guess.
Shieldbearer thing happened in the pre-dawn.
Yeah, okay.
When he said his things about his history. So
for the sake
can say after.
Yeah, for the sake of convenience, we'll say this all took place in like the early morning. Before the sun was even like properly up at this point. And so in that case, unless anybody else has anything else they want to say, I'll say we can. Oh, go ahead.
Just a little thing before everyone starts after everyone starts walking off. Atlas will kind of turn to Signis and says,
As I said before, I take no particular issue in your acts of thievery. What I do take issue with is that over-irritating smugness. To your enemies,
Signis.
fine. For the sake of team cohesion, unacceptable.
He sort of smiles and says, "Sometimes as he sort of sighs and says, sometimes it takes a little bit of rough handling to get things done, but when things are done in that fashion, it usually ends up uh, working out when you apply it correctly.
I take
I
your
apologize
point,
if I grounded
and I
you,
do.
Genius.
I take your point, and I do appreciate that you did get Lady Valencia to properly think about her own principles for a second. Just know that if you ever take that tone with me, you will get a metal fist causing a concave dent in your face.
Signis sort of like laughs as it says, "Understood."
Atlas just walks off.
Ace kind of walks over to the side to freaking Signis. She'll kind of whisper,
Okay, so how much actually?
This is actually up to Vorti's discretion, because I said it's a fairly large sum, and both Vorti and I agreed that it would be a decent amount,
For
but I'm
the-
not sure how much.
Obviously, like, you guys are not gonna be getting to the cache anytime soon at the moment, but like, I'm gonna say, roughly speaking, here's Signis, you probably stole a grand total of like
5.
like 5,000 maybe, like gold pieces worth of money. I say I say worth of I say 5,000, but it's like not just gold pieces. It's like gems and jewelry and like insignia, signets, stuff like that. You know, so
If I were to guess, about 5,000 in coins worth of goods.
5,000.
Also, if you
And
don't mind,
that's the amount in the cash, not including what I distributed to the people.
That's impressive. What was that? Thank
people
goodness
mind.
for
And I walked out his front door.
what are we gonna say, Schubert?
do people mind if I roleplay a bit more while we're on our way to the crest? I don't
I was
know
Yeah,
if you
gonna do
want
the
to
same
push
thing as
the
Hell yeah.
well.
In that case, when Ace walks up, you would see Schubert arguing again with himself as he says, I know, how does he get the girl after telling me that it didn't matter how our past was? How can we trust her? It's no leader of ours.
y'all alright?
No, of course not. We just had to talk. Just about our past. And apparently it does matter. What happens if in some past I have harmed the Duke? Well, I now need to get myself imprisoned for a past I cannot remember?
Look, I get it with everything with Walker and nobles be nobles sometimes, but look, not from what I've, at least from what I've known from riding with the old gang. Not every, you know, it's gonna be hard being liked by everybody, and liking everybody liking everybody. Well, that's just, unless you happen to be real charismatic. Well, that's gonna be a bit more complicated than a chicken trying to bless you. and a chicken trying to sing a ditty. But I digress.
Listen, we know we can take the so-called knight into a duel and win. But what would you do if she actually tries to capture me or Signis? What would you do if she tries to hunt you? Saying that because she won a duel already, you need to give yourself up.
Well, it ain't the first time I've helped with a jailbreak. Wouldn't necessarily be my last, and I outran them scalp hunters back home and ended up here. Granted, I ain't got a horse right now, so that's a bit of a disadvantage right there, but I could add horse. I might add horse Steven to my list of offenses.
I'm just, for the first time, scared that the enemy might not be coming from the front. And I'm not prepared to protect you or ourselves.
Well, you know I got your back, good guy.
And I yours.
Okay.
Still,
Oh,
if they did manage to put you in the old Hooskow, it'd be pretty fun. It'd be pretty flashy and fun to do a good old fashioned jailbreak, though I'm a bit short on dynamite.
Do they know what dynamite is?
You hear an echo in your fucking mind. Shut the fuck up!
Okay, think as Ace kind of digs in her bag, digs in her little belt pouches, pulls out her Ace of Sparks, the little cherry poppers. Think of a stronger version of these, but a bigger boom.
You see, she'll nod along.
Now, well, let's see what this old Rumblings got going on, and well, if it ain't tense enough as it is, so thick you could probably cut it with a jackknife.
Yeah.
What's it called? As like, you know, the group is walking, I would imagine they're all kind of, you know, I feel like people are all like walking in like different paces just so like, you know, people are splitting up basically, right? Like, cause some people just don't want to be near each other, right?
Yeah.
At this point, but kind of like Atlas, you know, walking behind Valencia will just kind of like hear them kind of like suddenly say,
Article 15 of the Glamoth Military Regulations state, orders given from the Council and from Her Majesty are to be strictly adhered to at all times. No exceptions for knights under Her Majesty's rule.
after like, you know, like a bit, like, you know, like Atlas will kind of like ask, not really like looking down at like not really address Valencia directly, but will kind of like say kind of to the air.
What regulations do you abide by? I must assume that you do so as a fellow knight.
I have sworn an oath, yes.
And what may that oath entail?
It's a set of personal tenets I've set for myself. There's 3 of them. Inspire,
Okay.
compassion, and duty.
Those are 3 quite vaguely defined words. What do they mean to you?
It's something I'm trying to figure out myself, but... Inspire is to be the kindle. Is to kindle the flame of hope with my actions. Not to give in to despair. Compassion is to be the warmth of the flame. Show sympathy and charity to those around me. And duty is to be responsible for my actions and any consequences that may arise. Protect those entrusted to my care. Obey those who have authority over me.
Perhaps it is not my place to say, as a unit that follows a much wider array of regulations, but am I right in detecting that you, Lady Knight Valencia Draco Delil, find yourself at odds? Your code seemingly clashing with itself.
That is the case. Yes. From what Signis has said, they're well-meaning. Want to help people, but the longer I associate myself with someone with a reputation as they have, the greater the risk. If I were to be found out working alongside him, my entire family could lose everything. They've already lost so much because of me.
I see. So you wish to... You have allowed yourself to bear the consequences of the actions that you took that led to your family's downfall. And now you are trying to maintain your responsibility for them. However, this conflicts with the fact that, as the leader of this party, you also have a duty of care towards Signis as well. In times like these, it is important to defer to executive decision. However, because there is no one of higher authority than you, especially because your code is self-assigned, one must, in the heat of battle, make perhaps a rash decision. However, when making a decision, make sure it is one that you will not regret. All this to say, you live by assigned rules, but these rules are all associated directly with yourself, are they not?
That they are.
Why is that? Why do you govern yourself with the set of personal rules? I was given my regulations at birth to ensure the steady cog of the machine of the Glamoth Empire. I was built for a purpose. You are not. You are built for life. For a subjective life of decision-making, leadership, and, yes, perhaps comfort. You are not bound to the rules that I am. So why bind yourself to these rules willingly, if they were not assigned to you?
Valencia will look around, making sure that nobody's around to hear what she's about to say. And she kind of vaguely responds, just, I hate what I am without them.
Atlas, still kind of like, not really looking at her, kind of still marching forward at her pace, but just kind of stays silent for a bit and says,
You believe that without them, you may be reduced to nothing but something aimless yet destructive.
I know that to be the case.
they kind of like, nod and like, they don't really say the words that say like, so we're the same. But, I think, you can tell. Like, Atlas is very much like, just like, yeah, okay. I get it. I see, why these are things. But Atlas will say,
then it is absolutely paramount that you stick to these rules. As I said before, the Glamoth Military Regulation number 18, not 18, number 15. Strictly adhere to these rules at all times, no exceptions. That is the only way that you can ensure that you play by the rules that will allow you to be the person that you wish to be. When Shieldbearer asked you if you would consider throwing any of us in jail as well, or if you would accept that no matter what, you would stand by us even if we had bounties. I noticed you had difficulty justifying staying consistent with these rules that you were setting out for Signis as opposed to the rest of us. Your rules require consistency. They require reforging. However, that is not a bad thing either. New regulations can be added, regulations can be updated. You have to figure out what kind of person you want to be, and then not regret it thereafter. Let this duel with Signis not only define what you wish to do with him in the immediate term, but allow it to help forge the regulations you live by yourself.
Right. Yeah.
If you wish to submit to those who have authority above you, as in your oath, then do so. If you wish to show compassion to those who you have care over, as in your oath, you must do so. This contradiction exists, and it is unavoidable, but you must decide which one to prioritize. Everything in its place. A hierarchy of orders. Prioritization. That is what keeps us alive, and that is what keeps us knights.
Thank you, Sir Atlas.
And
I will heed these words.
they, kind of like nod and just kind of, before they kind of like, go off, they just kind of say,
Equally so. I expect you, despite everything, to put your all in the duel against the Phantom Thief. It would be dishonorable for you if you did not. However, I am going to trust that you have learned your lesson. Now, we have a mission to get to. Keep moving forward.
I don't think I'm willing to have anything else to add to that.
okay.
Very
Ensign.
well. Yeah, go ahead, Nathan.
Oh, go ahead.
I thought you were going to say something. Well, I will say that as you guys venture, out from the town on your approach to Fort Cardinal, you'll see that the morning formation is already there. Captain Drummond seems to be just giving like a quick rundown to some of the soldiers nearby, and seems to have them like all lined up in like neat little files, and sees you in the distance approach. He's currently in a slightly elevated position, so he has like good view over the soldiers. Sees you guys approach, he just nods at you guys. Doesn't really acknowledge you beyond
I
that.
assume this is the time of morning when the herald's actually yelling this shit out.
Yeah, the fucking town crier would have been. You guys would have heard him like pretty easily right before you like properly like set out. I was like, also, that's something that's going to be a problem for Signis in the future. But with that being said, Captain Drummond addresses the troops and says, "Men, today is going to be a simple scouting mission. You're going to be splitting up in squadrons and investigating the surrounding area around the town and around the fort. We've been hearing reports of strange rumblings throughout the coast. Usually, an earthquake, a tremor or two, may not be entirely out of the ordinary, but this one seemed a little bit too regular to ignore. I need you to find whatever it is that is causing this, if anything at all, and report back. After that, well, we'll proceed from there." He kind of looks over at you guys in distance and says, "We'll be accompanied by the individuals who took part in the in the combat demonstration yesterday." Some of the soldiers turn around to look at you guys. I will say your retainers stayed behind as instructed, Valencia. They are currently watching over Armor Dennis and Alphys in the inn.
Yep.
They
Oh,
look.
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just asking whether, I whispered to you in roll 20
I
about a
didn't
question.
get a roll, Nathan. I'm telling you, like I'm not getting anything.
I'll just send it to you in what's it called, Discord.
Okay. What's it called? In that case, you see as Captain Drummond gestures at you guys, some of the soldiers look around, and Drummond says, "Travelers, you'll be accompanied by 2 of my men in order to verify that you're indeed assisting in a search effort. You're assigned the northeastern quadrant of the mountain field around Fort Cardinal." And it kind of points in general direction. There's a small couple of like pathways that lead from around like this slightly mountainous region around the town.
Any range you want us to search in?
What do you say?
Any range you want us to search in? As in, how far do you want us to go out?
We're spreading out at the very least, as a start, we're spreading out at least 2 miles in that direction. If we do not find anything after the first couple of hours, then we'll probably extend the search range. But for now, let us keep it to that.
Affirmative.
And
Understood. Thank you for the reinforcements, Captain.
you do see a couple of soldiers kind of mutter among themselves. And those of you with a slightly higher passive perception would probably hear some of the soldiers say, keep your pouches close to your waist. Don't want to lose anything." As they kind of like mutter amongst themselves. You see that.
Like,
Go ahead.
I think Atlas would actually kind of like because would they have a passive perception of 15. First of all,
Signis has a passive perception of 17.
So yeah, Atlas would like kind of like turn around, fucking towering over these people probably, the fucking visor sort of like emitting that cyan flame, saying,
Would you care to repeat that, but a bit louder this time?
They do kind of like. Look over at you, and some of them kind of just make like a face of like, they don't really like want to cause too much drama. So 5 GP and 10 SP, you'll have, I'll say, enough materials to do whatever little project you would have been wanting to do with this, without rock.
I don't know, AR. I would thank them for the advice.
Oh boy, I love the dick biting contest between the party members. So you don't even know.
What contest?
The dick biting contest. That's what you call like these types of like spinning matches. What's it called? You after Captain Drummond is done giving the instruction, like all these squadrons begin to like spread out as they all do like the salute of the Drangleic army. And have a looking glass. Fucking let me see what.
It's 1,000 gold for a friggin' spyglass. So
spyglass 1,000 gold.
No.
Holy shit. I'm gonna say. Magnifying glass, looking glasses are kind of very specific tools of the trade. And those are gonna be kind of very expensive at the moment. And also remember, this town doesn't deal in souls. This town deals in gold. What's it called? I was asking if any of the guards had one. None that they would be able to lend you. What's it called? I guess binoculars do exist in Dark Souls. Let me double check how much they would cost in D&D terms. Binoculars don't exist in D&D? What the hell?
like, here's the thing.
spyglasses are a thing. Binoculars are a thing in some adventures, but they ain't got no prices. So I guess it's about the same price because it's just two spyglasses connected to each other.
I mean, depends, because I always assumed spyglass was so expensive because glass and such is a specific art or technique you need to have. Well, if this world already has it, maybe it's cheaper.
I mean, for now we'll say that for now the equipment is a little bit too specialized that you wouldn't be able to access it. Sorry, right away, Dr. Rock. They might lend you or give you one a bit later on, but for now everybody's kind of keeping their stuff close to their chest. All right. After this, well, like I said, Captain Drummond gives the order to the soldiers, and they all do like the Drangleic army salute, which is kind of like a very sort of a classic fist over chest type of like position. You've probably seen it like 100 times. You've played any like fantasy
in Power
game
Rangers
ever.
SPD, yeah.
Sure, that's not the comparison that I was gonna use, but if that's what works for you. And eventually, all the squadrons begin to like break off from here. Two of the soldiers walk up to you guys. They seem to be dressed as about what you would expect as the standard issue like Drangleic army, foot soldiers, infantry, I suppose. They both kind of walk over to you, and they say, "The captain has assigned us to your squadron. Travelers, we will be, making sure that this scouting mission goes as planned."
Pleasure to have you aboard. Let's move out.
Both nod.
Atlas,
Go ahead.
Atlas will just kind of like go up to them and just kind of like, do like the sort of Drangleic salute and then just like go.
I will expect you to be operating as efficiently as possible as fellow soldiers of this squadron. Remember, Article 2, remain on guard. Article 9, show no mercy to those undeserving. Article 20, fear is not an option in the face of a perpetual enemy. Article 33, retreat is permissible only in death. Article 42,
We get it!
Time is death.
Yep.
Mistakes are worth the end result. Article
Look,
74.
we get it! Atlas, we get it!
Atlas.
Signis hands Atlas a funny. Hands Atlas like a pretty looking rock he picks up off the ground.
They just gotta look at it.
Well, at least that.
Why didn't I think of that?
Just the best way to quiet Atlas. Rock.
In that case, here's what's gonna happen. As you guys begin to venture with the soldiers, they both kind of look at each other. They're like, those regulations don't apply to us, right? No, I don't think so.
Ace kind of looks over to them and she'll be like, unfortunately, our construct friend is has their gears a bit wound up. Cause like Ace ain't gonna rat Atlas out as being humans, cause they never.
To be fair, they don't hide it. Like they never intended on hiding it. They just kind of don't talk about themselves ever.
Well, that's the easiest way to explain what Atlas is to like the regular person.
One soldier turns to the other and says, "See, I told you that was a golem. There's no way any human fights that way."
Plus, they're a bit particular about their rules and whatnot. So
also, Rock did ask the party if they would like for him to like be flying a couple of feet in the air.
Signis wouldn't really have any thoughts on it.
I would say yes, but please keep within proximity.
Okay. In that case, as you begin to move across the mountainous region here nearby Fort Cardinal, I accidentally said northeastern. I meant northwestern earlier when I was speaking as the captain. This segment of the mountainous region is divided in various different ravines that all, ravines and valleys that all occupy different access points, as it were, of the mountainous region. To give you guys an idea, I will move you guys to the world map just momentarily. What's it called? Where did I put the world map here? Here it is. Thank you once again to Snoo Apples for drawing this amazing continent map of Drangleic. I cannot get enough of it. But to give you guys an idea, the region, as it were, that you guys are exploring nearby Fort Cardinal is roughly around here. I know the mountain range doesn't look like that particularly close to the town on the map, but it is supposed to be like a very slight hill and / mountain range incline running along the coast. That's why this segment of the coast of Drangleic is basically untouchable by like sea forces unless they're allowed entry into the nation. So, you guys are roughly going around that direction. If you guys are actively looking for signs of anything strange, I need all of you guys to make me survival checks or perception checks, whichever one you prefer.
Do I have any bonuses from Wanderer?
I'll say a circumstantial +3 to that.
Alright, so...
Damn.
Would you allow investigation for more detailed shenaniganry?
I think investigation's probably looking more closely, I guess, like...
Investigation's mostly like if you want to go like into really specific details about stuff. Would you have any benefits from being high? I'll say that's circumstantial +3 as well.
Okay, so
I rarely get to use circumstantial bonuses, so.
Listen, we fucking love circumstantial bonuses. I think like backgrounds should really give them more.
Yeah. Friggin'. Yeah, no, Ace don't see anything.
Well, keep in mind, Valencia. I'll say this because this check is spread out over a good couple of minutes of you guys like traveling through this segment. I'll allow you to at least give it to 2 people, to give the guidance to 2 people over the course of this time.
What if I'm allowed to pick then Signis and Atlas since we rolled highest?
Okay, so.
Damn.
Damn.
That's +8, yo.
So
Atlas just has an unfair advantage. Atlas just has an unfair
shield bearer.
Go
Which
ahead,
is 5?
Yeah, which is +5.
Go ahead, Jericho. You were saying something about Atlas.
I was just saying Atlas has like an unfair advantage because they just have a fucking scanner in their fucking visor.
Yeah, effectively.
Yeah, you just you just Boba Fett scan like
with flat genius 20.
The 2 soldiers that are with you guys throughout all of this, they basically seem to also be doing like their own rounds. Occasionally they look over their shoulders to look at you guys. What's it called? They don't. It's not exactly because like they, distrust you guys or anything like that. But come on, y'all. Like, it's difficult not to stare at your crew. It's difficult not to stare at your crew, and they also have to be like making sure that you guys are actually helping in like scouting. What's it called?
I hope so. At a 20, 25, 27.
The scenery here around the area. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, do we get to see like any like funny birds or something that like Atlas can just randomly detect and just call out?
Sure, you see the wildlife on Drangleic, specifically around this part of the continent, is kind of varied, about what you would expect in like a forested region. To be completely honest with you, I can't remember if swallows are like forest birds.
Yeah, they're forest birds.
Yeah, so I'll say you probably see like a couple of swallows around the area.
I mean, African or European swallow.
God dang it!
You're asking for
I
too
hate
much of me.
you.
Thank you.
But you start noticing something though, because you guys all roll like decently high enough as like a group perceptions like survival. You guys start noticing something. At some point, you stop seeing swallows and other like wildlife in the area. You enter this segment of the scenery where you're effectively flanked on both sides by segments of the mountain range. It looks kind of like a basin of sorts, where while giving the impression that you're like deeper below sea level than you probably actually are, it's still kind of flush with like flora around the area, like green grass fields and trees and the like. But you start noticing that the deeper you go down this direction, you start noticing a couple of signs that stand out to all of you. You see that segments of the area, well, for one, like I said, you stop seeing the wildlife, as if it has run away for whatever reason. You start noticing that flat segments of the grass are very visible, as if something rolled through here, or like some form of force marched through this segment, which shouldn't be the case because you are the only squadron that is assigned to this region. You see a couple of things that outside of the flora, you notice that segments of the walls of the of the mountain, so to speak, the mountainside, appears to be dislodged in segments, as if there was like some form of avalanche or a rock fall of sorts that took place here some time ago that you're not quite entirely sure how recent it is.
Can Signis try and investigate it, like to see, just to see like if it was a natural or if it seemed like something had forcefully dislodged it.
You can roll me now. This is a little bit more of a specific detail. You can roll me investigation.
Would I get a?
That is a natural one. Hell yeah, baby! First one of the session.
What were you saying, Schubert? Saying Schubert?
Could we see from the signs of everything a certain size or estimate of size?
Do I notice any other thing? Well, to answer that question, it starts feeling like there was, it almost seems like there was a large number of things or people perhaps that moved through this region, as evidenced by the sign that you picked up on that was like the flattened segments of the grass. Being from the air, Rock, I guess you would be amongst the first to notice that, indeed, like, there was some form of rockfall around this area. There's, like, boulders that are, like, against the ground, seem to have fallen, perhaps from some high place up. A swarm of bugs, not exactly. What's it called? You, with that investigation, Ace, Valencia, and Rock, you would, if you were to be a little bit more careful in looking through details, you'll notice that the rockfall seems to have been relatively recent. The grass, whatever little you can see underneath the boulders and rocks that have fallen and dislodged themselves from the mountain, you notice that it hasn't begun to like wither. Meaning that up until recently was still being hit by like sunlight and looked relatively healthy. So this probably only happened within the past like 2 to 3 days, maybe even within the past day. Clue. What is this? At this point, the soldiers begin to like speak out loud to one another. you hear one of them say, "Well, this doesn't look normal. What do you have your money on?" And the other soldier speaks up and says, "Well, definitely no invading army from Alken, otherwise this would be taking place in the east. Volgan, maybe?" And they both kind of like begin to exchange like their theories on like what could this be.
What was the other one?
A lot of people talk at the same time. What do you guys say?
I was just gonna ask like just like a quick rundown of like every like all like the touch points here, just because my brain's kind of lagging a little bit, but like, so could you quickly just give me a rundown of like what we're dealing with here in terms of what we're looking at?
From what you guys were able to find so far, it appears that segments, you picked up on a couple of clues. For one, it seems that the wildlife has kind of begun to clear off from this area.
Yes.
Second, you notice large chunks of the grassland have become flat, as if something or multiple somethings walked through this, through this segment, and with enough force to like, flatten it and stomp it down for a while. You also notice that there's segments of rockfall around the nearby mountains. You see large boulders and rocks have been dislodged and have fallen down onto the grassland below.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, like, how far are we from like the actual rockfall? Like, is it walkable?
To give you guys an idea, let me check something out here. No, it is walkable. Like I said, it's not like, like the whole floor is not just like, filled with all of this, but you do notice rocks here and there. In fact, I'm just gonna move you to this next map for visual purposes, so you guys can kind of get an idea as to what you're looking at here.
Because Atlas's idea was to try to like just start moving the rocks, just like tossing them away to just like try to see if there's like anything under them, basically.
Sure. Shout outs to Neutral Party for the cool maps, by the way.
Where should we place ourselves?
Bottom of the map. You guys can place yourself there.
I will ask it again, what I typed. Can I see from where the animals or things came from and where they went to?
If you're specifically looking for signs of animal presence, roll me another survival.
Not necessarily.
Oh, go ahead.
Animals, but more the things. Like, I will also be looking out for fur and such, but more where they came from, where they went to, and what it might be.
Make me another survival check, if you're looking to something more specific than that, yeah.
With Wanderer bonus?
I guess because you're technically tracking like animals, sure. We'll say that's another circumstantial +3.
Yeah.
You fly up and examine where the rocks came from. Sure, make me an investigation check, Rock, and I'll say you move somewhere, like, you can take your pick of which side of the mountain you're, like, looking to.
If this happened, like, a day ago, does it look like a day or two ago, does it look like there's any, so you said this is, like, mostly grassland?
Yes. Also, Atlas, to answer the thing that you were saying where you wanted to, like, move some of the rocks away and try to look underneath them. What exactly are you looking for here?
I'm just trying to, like, see if, well, there's, like, anything, like, I guess what Atlas is mainly looking out for is, like, bodies or, like, evidence of, like, footprints or, like, anything that, like any evidence of like this being I guess targeted, like like any evidence of like things being destroyed by this rubble, I guess is what I'm looking for.
Sure. Make me a quick athletics to see if you can like start moving some of the boulders around here.
Yeah, okay. 19.
Any results on the clue? If that's it's not being.
Could you just tell me what the spell does? I'm trying to manage like everybody around here. What does the spell clue does?
I see. I see all footprints and fingerprints within a 45-foot radius of point of I touch. They glow faintly for the duration. And it can be any period of time up to the last 10 days to the present.
Okay. So a couple of series of things are gonna happen here because these all relate to one another, the course of actions that you guys taken, as I'll explain in a moment. First of all, Dr. Rock. With your 14 on investigating where the rocks were dislodged, which I'll say, pick a side, we'll just move your token over there for the purposes of, where you would be on the map, I guess. Somewhere around there? Okay. Yeah, we'll move over there.
Would be around there.
You, Dr. Rock, you would notice that some of these rocks, while they do seem to have been dislodged, maybe as a byproduct, you don't notice any signs of like things being like, pulled, I guess, or detonated or demolished or anything like that. With a 14, you're able to notice that there are what seem to be some form of marks around certain segments of the mountain. A form of damage, perhaps, as if welcome back, both of you, as if someone like shot something or threw something at the segments and caused like the rock fall deliberately. You do notice there are signs of intervention. That's what I'm trying to say here. As for Atlas and Signis, both of your things relate to one another, as I'll explain in a moment. Atlas, you begin to move some of the boulders out of the way, trying to figure out, like, could there be something underneath it. And you realize at first it doesn't look like there's anything underneath them. There's just like the depression of the of the impact of the boulders and the rocks. But when Signis activates his clue spell, you find a bit of a dreadful realization. Hidden underneath each of these boulders and rocks of significant size that have fallen from the mountains, there is this not just a multiple sets of footprints, a single set of very, very large humanoid-looking footprints.
That is concerning.
Atlas is going to, because you said each of these stones, right?
It appears that most, at the very least, most of the stones that you have overturned.
Okay, well, Atlas is gonna say. Oh, yeah,
by the way, each creature is highlighted in a different color, so we
It's
can tell
just
if.
a
Yeah, so
singular color.
Vorti said it's one.
Yeah, it's just a singular
okay.
color.
Sorry.
What's it called?
Okay, good.
Atlas kind of says,
Clear foul play detected. It may be a coincidence if it was just one or two of these stones, but it is clear that these rumblings are the result of a targeted attack. Soldiers, do you have any information about any abnormally large, humanoid-shaped creatures, figures, or individuals?
When you turn to ask this question to the soldiers, their faces are already kind of begun to turn pale and stunned. You see one of the soldiers kind of his lip begins to tremble a little bit and he begins to shake. He clutches tightly to his weapon and says, "Wait, no. It can't be. Those are like legends." And the other soldier says, "Either somebody's really playing a bad joke on us, or something's
Spit
happening
it
here."
out. Our job is reconnaissance. We cannot assume anything is out of the question.
I think what they're trying to say is there might be giants around, or
Like, you say the word giants, and the two soldiers kind of like stare at you, Ace, and say, "What do you know about giants? They haven't been seen on the continent for 100 years. There's no way it can be these."
I mean, what? Unless some mage made themselves big, I don't see anything else that could have done. You got any other ideas?
Do the footprints lead anywhere?
Yes, I'll say you guys have done enough checks to verify the area in its entirety. These footprints don't seem to exit this specific segment of the valley. Whatever left these footprints behind, it's still around here.
Signis immediately he pulls out the cane and just says, "Everybody be on guard. It's still in the area."
You say that, and immediately the soldiers like point their weapons all over the place. Despite them being kind of very scared, they do kind of remain in formation to some extent. They go like back against back, close to Shieldbearer, basically, performing like a phalanx formation of sorts. And
Valencia will form up with them and just call out, just "Stand all, soldiers! Remember, it was Drangleic and Drangleic alone that conquered the giants."
you see as the two soldiers kind of look over to you, and they nod at you, and one of them says, "Here's stories of them, you know. They say their skin is as strong as stone. No normal weapon can penetrate it." And another one says, "I heard one of them could wipe out an entire squad by just crushing them in their fingers." So now I want to ask everyone, what is everyone's passive perception?
17.
10.
What's it called? Like, Atlas will kind of like, proclaim, as these two start panicking, like,
Article 25 of Glamoth Military Regulations. If an enemy seems indomitable, it is not. All will return to ashes.
Shieldbearer, Atlas, take Vanguard, or Ace to the rear, or Soldier, or stay in the middle, or Valencia prepare, or watch the back line. This is probably going to get messy very quickly.
I'm not watching the back line.
I already was prepared.
Same here.
You are discussing this plan of approach, and you see as one of the soldiers, so they both are, again, they're kind of like getting a little bit more reassured, I guess, as you guys begin to issue like all these commands. Like, they seem to be like a little bit more calmer after a moment. You see one of them says, right, okay, same formation. If this thing's around, it can't be that strong. After all, he's hiding like a coward. A boulder lands on top of one of them as it is crushed in an instant.
Holy smoke!
You see, it came with no sound whatsoever, as if it was tossed from the absolute ether. And then you hear it. A loud rumbling that makes the earth shake in and of itself. It sounds extremely close. In fact, some of you out of your peripheral vision would be able to see it.
Nice.
3, 5, 4, 5.
As the
Quit
entity
hiding like a friggin' bum.
approaches, you hear a guttural sound escape from wherever it is that is coming from. A large bellowing. As the entity seems to have been hiding in plain sight from all of you. What you see clinging to one of the sides of the mountain wall appears to be completely of gray skin and coloration, a texture akin to that of the very stone that makes up these mountains. It was waiting, watching you guys. It's when you least expected. And as the creature reveals itself, its true size becomes apparent to you. You see a creature of immense size, with long, almost lanky limbs, a gray texture covering their entire body, as I mentioned before, and a head, or whatever could be perceived as its head, as a endless, gaping, dark hole that allows for no form of facial features whatsoever. Its features, despite being gaunt, are still of a size that rivals even, well, the buildings of the town that you just exited. And go ahead.
Before combat starts, Bardic Inspo on AR.
The creature.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
I had rated action where if ready to blast, look, if AC's giants taking hostile action, would this be cause the blast? Now that we see mans.
Sure, you can certainly try. As I will now ask for two things. One, the reason why I ask what everyone's passive perception was is because the stone giants, the giants, all have a particular ability that could explain how this thing managed to make it this far inland without being seen.
Oh no, it's the stone camouflage of stone giants.
So I rolled in the background what the stealth check for the thing was. It was an 18.
God damn it!
Damn.
Everybody's.
God
It's
damn.
not everybody.
So
The dude still had half cover. Don't know if it matters.
I'm gonna say a 21 would have still even with half cover, because that's what it rolled on the rock throw attack.
Yeah.
The moment the boulder falls on this individual, the soldier, whatever composture the soldier still had from being reassured of you guys like issuing commands, shatters in an instant as he looks over at the creature and goes, "It's a giant!" He yells at the top of his lungs, his words echoing throughout the valley, and I need you guys to roll me initiative.
Signis is just gonna yell at the soldier. Don't even try to fight. This is not. You are not capable of this. Run back to Fort Cardinal and report or to Captain Drummond. And
It can throw those rocks.
If we aren't back, then we need to make sure that at least somebody knows of this thing.
The initiative is in initiative order.
Give me a second. I was just handling the music.
Yeah, that's right.
Running might not be an option.
We can cover him.
Like we did him?
Fair point. Wow, we just all rolled shit on initiative, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, I just have a 1.
Well,
You get surprised.
see, you can't say it's shit on initiative yet because it's only shit depending on like what the fucking enemy rolls. So let's see.
And to be fair, I rolled above a 10. That's a good thing.
Whether you want it or not, you're a witness to history. That fucking that
Jesus
fucks.
Christ,
What
that
the
is a
fuck?
hard line.
That fucks. What the hell?
That is a hard
I came
line.
up with it when I was
Jesus
writing
Christ.
down the description of the thing.
That's so good.
Holy Christ, man, what are you doing to us?
So let me roll initiative for the first giant.
First!
By no means the first of all giants. What's it called?
Yeah,
Also, what is your dexterity, AR?
My dexterity is pretty okay. It's 14.
Regrettably, the giant goes first. It
Damn.
has a 15.
No!
You've gotta be shitting me.
Which makes sense. He does get a surprise round because none of you were
That is true,
able to
yeah.
see it. So the creature had battle music. Team Jump.
Oh yeah, just FYI,
Yep.
Atlas, you have Bardic.
Yeah, I got him. D6, right?
Yeah,
Cool.
I believe so.
Cool.
Let me lower the volume of the music because I think it might be overpowering your voices. There we go.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You feels like David versus Goliath. I mean, hey, except it's Goliath who's throwing the rocks at people. What's it called? So the first giant does get a surprise round on you guys, as its body, like I said, I cannot stress enough how like basically hidden in plain sight this thing was. You see what you initially thought to be like another rock mass or boulder, like that is still kind of like attached to the face of the mountain. It just begins to move as one arm is already kind of like stretched out, which was the one that threw the boulder down on one of the soldiers. You see as the creature with ease just begins to climb and slide down the face of the mountain. In a sense, if anybody's seen the memes, like One Punch Man season 3, like Garo like sliding down the hillside, it kind of looks like that, where it barely even seems to disturb the mountain face as it slides down.
I do need to ask, am I still surprised even though I was completely ready for battle?
By the rules
And
of how the
does that
surprise
means-
condition work, yes, because you didn't expect it to be like to fucking land a boulder on your ally next to you.
The Spanish Inquisition!
And does that mean that I cannot use my reactions, correct?
Yeah,
Sadly,
that'll
not
be
for.
nice.
I mean, because the giant rolled first
Fantastic.
initiative, like it'll just get 2 turns back to back, and then the initiative proper starts.
Yeah.
So the first giant looks over at you guys, and once again does
First
this.
giant. Freaking me.
Everyone
First
has.
giant.
Everyone's having this like reaction one at a time. What the fuck is happening, yo?
No, because
Already
I
explained it
literally had.
twice.
Literally, I had to do something on the back end.
I'm not gonna lie to you, the way Vorti is saying the first giant makes it seem like it's the first of many. So that's, so like,
That's just his name,
it's gonna be
bro.
fucked if we just get hit by the second giant after this.
So
Bro, he's
the
just got.
first-
That's just on his fucking birth certificate. What do you want from him?
So the first giant lets out once again that sort of like bellowing noise. And it looks over at you guys. You believe it's looking at you at the very least, because you can't really see a face in that gaping hole that it has.
I know it's a stretch because different planes of different planes, different language barriers, but Primordial does use giant dwarvish script. Do I understand at least something?
It
Yeah,
comes
does
out
he know
as.
fucking
Go
Earthen?
ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, does he know like Terran or something? Because he's like fucking rocks.
I'm gonna say for you, for you, Ace, it just comes out as gibberish, even if it has like some noises that you associate with particular words. What's it called? It basically, you're not entirely sure what you're hearing here specifically, if it is a word being said. I'll say after the battle is over, you can retroactively do a like history or intelligence check. Yeah, like a raw intelligence check to see if you could even identify what it was saying. But for now, the giant will, as it slides down one of the mountain, it looks over at all of you guys, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Has 6 potential targets. It rolled a 3. So the first giant will point at Valencia.
Yeah.
What? No.
And throw up another boulder at you. Just pulls it out of
Can
your.
I cast something as a reaction?
No need.
Oh,
I
wait,
rolled an
that's gonna
11. You see as it reaches into the mountainside, pulls out like this segment out of it, basically with relative ease, and tosses it your way, Valencia. And it just goes way over your head. It's almost as if it was expecting to face like a bigger target. It goes way over your head. It crashes on the tree nearby, behind you, and it completely obliterates it and reduces it to splinters.
I just imagine it's like those anime scenes where like the attack like misses the person slightly, and then they're like looking forward, horrified, as it like destroys something in the background.
Basically,
except Valencia,
yeah,
ain't scared, even though I am.
Yeah, because of how the multi-attack of the giant works, it only gets 1 rock throw, but it will use the rest of its movements to get to the closest target. So it will move over to you, Atlas, as it moves with, again, extreme ease around this rocky terrain. That would have been the first turn of combat, but because it got sort of the prize round, then we start initiative proper. Now everybody has their reactions again.
Boy.
First giant will then look over at AR and raises one leg high up into the air and is going to attempt to stomp you.
Oh my god, okay.
Is it
I thought he was
roll
gonna
time?
punch. I thought he was gonna punch, he's gonna fucking kick me, Jesus.
So, stomp.
That hits.
I forgot to roll initiative for the random Drangleic soldier. Give me a second. I'll do that real quick before solving damage.
Imagine he rolls super high and just can fuck off.
I mean,
oh wow.
he just saw his buddy. He just saw his buddy get
Well, yeah. Signis literally told him, run to Fort Cardinal, go report to Captain Drummond.
Sure, we'll say
don't
that first
fucking
turn
return.
of combat where the initiative proper now begins. The soldier would have just dashed like a little bit further down the pathway. What's it called? So now the first giant stomps down on Atlas. There's gonna be a lot of damage. I'm sorry for this.
It's okay. I have the highest HP of all the fucking party. If anyone's gonna be damage sponge, it's gonna be me. Oh, that's not bad.
15 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'd like to say no thank you to that.
Now you can do the reaction
cast...
because now it's initiative.
It's accelerate time, baby.
Accelerate?
Well,
no!
Decelerate. No, decelerate time.
He's gonna kill me!
Just from
time, son. That's a D6 plus 4.
Also,
I'm reminded how.
Oh shit, that's a 10! You take 5 damage!
Sorry, go ahead, please.
I'm realizing, that's minimal damage, but that's half of Ace's HP being glass cannon and all.
Also, can I now use a reaction
Yes,
to
you
run
can.
up and try and bash him?
Mind you, this
Not
is
that
segments are difficult terrain for these inclines that you see around the area. Those are difficult terrain for everybody except the giant, because obviously it can just move pretty easily to stone.
Wait, this would
Signis
this
can
would be
climb
5.
So it would be, let me count it up for you. It
I only
will
have
be
30 feet, so just
5,
move me as close to him
10,
as
15,
possible.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30, I believe, right?
Yes, so you would be able to move that distance with your first reaction.
Alright.
And
Sadly,
you-
I cannot use my action on 2 and 1 turn.
Okay. So you're gonna use what is the first? Oh, you're gonna use your lane resistance strength to succeed. Yeah, you probably don't want to be underneath this thing prone.
Especially not from the first attack. Second attack, sure. I don't want to fucking get hit by the second one though.
Okay, in that case, realizing that you are not knocked prone by its stomp, the giant is then simply going to slam down on you regularly.
Okay. That hits. Jesus. It's a
Oh, boy.
19. Okay, listen,
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
fine. I have the most HP out of the entire fucking thing. I'm
Wait, you do?
like, yeah, for the most, I'm pretty sure. I have 76. Does anyone have higher? Because I have the,
Technically, you have
the-
higher, but I can shift
Yeah.
to get above.
yeah, I also do have the life ring, remember? So, like, I technically shouldn't have, but I have a magic item that, like, boosts me.
You see, yes, well, after sliding down after throwing that rock at the boulder at Valencia that kind of went over her head, the giant walks up with slow steps towards you, AR, the ground shaking at every moment that it moves. And it begins to, wind up the leg, trying to stomp down on you. But you're, even though you are partially able to avoid being, like, flattened, you are still take a little bit of damage, and then you see the giant fist come down on you that just strikes you full on and damn near basically like sinks you a little bit into the ground.
Article 26. Steel that bends or falters in duty shall be reforged in the fires of Her Majesty's will.
Ooh, sorry, my voice mod has stuck. Now it's playing the
He's
something.
steppy.
He's Stampa.
Play pause. There we go. Pause. I'm gonna pause on
It's
there.
doing a combo
No,
attack
it's still
when
going.
like giants
Yeah,
try to
no, there
stomp
we
him
go.
into the ground.
Sorry about that. I don't know. I don't know what happened to the voice mod there. But yeah, that is the end of the first giant's turn.
Okay.
AR, you are up.
How tall would you say this guy is? Like 15 feet based on his
I'm gonna
token,
say
how
it's like,
tall?
hold on. I'm gonna go as accurate as I can to their actual size in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we're going off the assumption that the player model in Dark Souls 2 is like 5'11" at most, we'll say 10. Yeah, I'll say this is like roughly 16 to 17 feet tall.
Okay. In that case, so I'm gonna activate Meteoric Incineration, spending 1 Divine Fervor. I'm gonna fly up to its head and basically like attempt to punch it first of all, and also grapple it. Actually, can
you?
I grapple it?
No, it's a huge
Can I
size
grapple
creature.
it? Oh,
yeah.
it's a huge creature, so I can't. That's true. Okay, that's fine. Instead, I'm going to punch it and then attempt to shove it prone instead.
Okay.
So let's do
so
this.
they'll
Roll the
make-
damage. Roll the attack rather. The 17 hit.
17 will hit.
Okay. So they'll make me a con save first of all for bleed, I guess.
Okay, in that case... yes, I accidentally used the wrong macro, but it succeeds the thing.
Yeah.
It has proficiency
So-
in con saves.
I'm going to pump in. Okay, so I'm gonna like deal the 9 bludgeoning there. I'm going to pump in a 2nd level smite. So that is 3d8 fire damage to it. as well as I'm going to tack on anti-lag outburst. So make me a con save
This time I
or
will
gain
use the
vulnerability to
correct
fire
macro.
damage. Yeah. It probably has a really good con, but at the very least we can like test this.
Natural 20.
Okay. In that case, okay, and I'm gonna attempt to shove it prone as well. This is my second attack, but I'm flavoring it as like, you know, like part of the same thing. So beat a 20.
It's a giant, it probably can.
It probably will, yeah.
Oh my god!
It's a giant!
It's not, you know, too out of the impossibility, though, to be honest. So yeah, like, Atlas like flies up, punches this thing, is not unable to like grapple it, but is going to fly, because it's not grappling actually, going to fly the full 60 feet. Going to use advanced footwork, well, no, not advanced footwork, mobility boosters to boost themselves up a further 75, and then come crashing down on it. So
You know, I'm almost tempted to treat your body as a projectile.
Oh no! It just grabs you, fucking yeet.
DC 10? Really?
That is how it works. That is actually the default for stone giants in the actual monster manual.
Oh, that's really
that's
cool.
that is
also
fucked.
fucking horrifying. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. Do it. Yeah, because like, okay, like just like.
Activating Scorched Earth operations!
Wait!
As it just comes out as a fucking missile and...
And you see as the giant reaches out to its palm, and we'll see if it actually makes it as a reaction.
Please roll shit. Please roll shit. He rolled good.
No.
So you all see as Atlas, first of all, impacts the first strike like an uppercut. You said in against the giant. Boom! You feel your fist shake a little bit in your hand as you make contact with his body, Atlas. As the stories are indeed true, this thing is like as strong as a stone. You, in that momentum, you fly up and then come down with a kick against the giant. Only to have your leg like snatched up in the air by the giant, and basically has you dangling upside down with one hand at this point.
So, Meteoric Incineration says you can choose to immediately fall to a point on the ground, and if you do so, you have the falling damage. It says, because obviously this is homebrew I made, so obviously like I'm not, but I'm gonna defer this to you, Vorti. What do you think this fucking means? If you do so, you have the falling damage. But I didn't do so. I didn't land on the ground.
So what I will say happens here is that the detonation still goes off because you did make contact with something. But it wouldn't... I
kind of like this... I like to imagine that the damage is halved for it because like the catch kind of muffles the fire, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna say
it doesn't allow it to spread off.
Yeah, I'm gonna say damage is halved here, so it still makes the dex save, properly, but it takes half of this, so 11 points of fire damage.
So I will take 11 plus subtract 3d6. So okay, I don't take any damage. Yay.
Okay, thank you, Boots and Ring of the Cat.
Yeah.
So, you guys, I will say for, obviously not mechanically, but for flavor purposes, Atlas is now being dangled by the leg by the giant.
Like fucking, and I just want to point out, I fucking love this specifically because Meteoric Incineration is Atlas's kill move. They've like every single time they've tried to like do this before, they've basically they've ended so many fights with this. They've blown people up to smithereens, and this thing just caught it and mitigated it.
Well, this ain't good.
So, anything else, Atlas?
That's the end of my turn.
All right.
I use my reaction.
Go ahead.
I don't think I will be able to push him, but hey, you never know. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and let's do this.
Roll me your athletics.
I don't have advantage because he's too big.
Correct.
You're too far.
I can, however, grapple him if I wanted to.
Dang.
No. Oh yeah, you can because you count as a large creature. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's
sadly,
it.
you climb up the incline here, Shieldbearer. Raise shield first against the leg of the giant, and you see as it kind of digs its heel into the ground, and it's like you basically hit a wall. This is what it feels like. You just basically impact against a wall, and you're kind of knocked back a little bit as the giant maintains its ground. Then, Dr. Rock, you are up next. Shiver can already grapple.
Hey, at the very least, we know that 17 hits it.
Mm-hmm. I would like to point
Yeah,
out that
that's
this
good, I guess.
creature doesn't appear to have any form of armor on. If that's as I describe, it just looks like a completely like slender stone textured body with I guess what would be the equivalent of a loincloth on. This kind of like set of draped material that just kind of hangs around their waist. It
I
seems
have such a horrible joke.
it seems this creature is intentionally thriving as light as possible.
On me, actually would give advantage, because then I count as the same size as him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess there's like two things that we can do here, because obviously Shield Bearer is good with pushing. Atlas, if Atlas gets the ability to grapple, well, that's the thing, right?
I am fine with giving it to Atlas.
Yeah.
Shield
okay.
Basher can do other things as well. But I love roleplay too much to do them with Shield Bearer.
Yeah.
Yeah. The dealer's choice, Dr. Rock, whoever you wants to throw the thing on.
Atlas fucking dies.
Yes.
Let's get a potion. So, mind you, Dr. Rock, you don't. Hold on. So let's get potion grab, and then use bonus action, then flanking. Okay. Sadly, a 15 is not gonna hit the giant. What's it called? You do like a flyby, basically, of sorts. You go up to Atlas as it's being dangled by they're being dangled by the leg. Jab them with a potion of growth, and then on that same movement, you try to like stab underneath the arm of the giant. But right as you're about to do that, you see as the giant basically blocks you with a like an open palm and pushes you away. Oh, you just handed it over to them? I thought you were like jabbing them too with the potion of growth.
Yeah, you said not. Okay, yeah, you're. That was such a weird sentence construction. I got confused as well.
Okay. Because the way if you took the feature of the Alchemist that makes it so you can apply potions with a bonus action, then you would have been able to do that this turn. But I suppose if you just hand the syringe over to Atlas so they can apply it themselves, that's fine too. Okay. Will that be your turn, Dr. Rock? Spend a minute to care for the reserve. So that you can inject the poison. I'm sorry. Okay. In that case, we move to Shield Bearer. Go ahead.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I free AR?
AR is not mechanically grappled. I'm just saying flavor-wise, they're being like held by the giant.
Signis is actually just gonna yell to Shield Bear, "If you could get Atlas out of there, I can try something."
How far out of there?
Just as long as it's not in line with the giant, I can do something.
Can
He's
I
not
grab
actually like.
AR?
Retreat is not permissible by any means.
You think I
Do
will
you want
retreat
to get
AR?
hit something?
You
We're gonna hit it together.
I'll say with no action required. You can like basically leap up, grab onto Atlas, and pull them out of the grapple of the giant.
I will do that. Shield Bear would sign if that's far enough, just directly beside him.
Thumbs up.
Alright, so he puts AR over here, like in the yes, and then try bash again.
You can start. Well, how far away do you need to move to bash somebody? Like it's only 5 feet. 10 feet?
I need to move 10 feet in a straight line, but the 10 feet need to be on their square, so I need to be 10 feet away and then bash into them.
That feels a bit weird.
It is weird, but technically the bash only activates once I enter their space.
No, I guess what I was asking more is, do you need to be 10 feet away from the end of the token, or 10 feet away from the point of impact?
From their token.
Okay.
As far as I always used it so far.
Okay. Well,
if you want to change it, always.
I guess that's how we've been
rules,
running. I guess that's how we've been running them. So we'll see. Again, classes may not to throw shade here, but some of these classes that are made, homebrew, is they have a weird wording from time to time.
Yeah.
But
so I will then bash into them unless they take 5 feet opportunity attack, but I presume the range would be further.
You assume too much. So do you have to make a strength save or an athletics check?
Athletics check for this one. Or acrobatics, it's their choice.
Yeah, they're not gonna use acrobatics, bro.
And then Shield Bear will use Shield Bear to give Atlas half cover.
So okay, you put your great shield in between you and Atlas and get ready for what's about to happen.
Yes.
Right.
And that's all I can do for now.
All right. In that case, Ace, you will be up next. Oh, go ahead.
Ace never got to take her readied action, did she?
Cause you were surprised.
Yeah. Because you were surprised.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would have allowed you at least the initial blast, because you had that ready since like the beginning. What was it called? So you can at least make a shot with your lady lock. That would have hit.
Missed. Yeah.
But now, go ahead, properly take your turn.
Yeah. Ace has met giants. She has never seen a giant like this. This dude bordering on what
he don't got no
look
face.
like a cyclops. Yeah, like dude ain't got no face. They blending into the rocks. Like what she is going to do try and deal as much damage as possible as her action. We'll cast Scorching Ray. So you see Lady Luck almost look like it overheats as 3 bolts of fire shoot out. Scorching ray, scorching ray, scorching ray, scorching ray, scorching ray.
Alright, roll me your 3 attacks. First hits. Second misses. Third hits. The law of scorching ray. At least one ray has to miss.
Yes, at least one ray has to miss. And
so roll me damage for
roll
damage for the 2 of them. Go ahead.
Yeah. Blammo. 6 points of fire. 16 points of fire, and as a bonus action, because of Arcane Duelist, I can make bonus action attack with Lady Luck. So
Okay.
Blam, no, that's a miss.
14 will miss the giant, sadly. Okay.
Does it look like fire does anything to this man?
Every damage that has been dealt so far seems about to work the same. There doesn't seem to be any particular resistance or immunity.
Okay. Well, he's not a fire giant, so that's good. It's action, bonus action. Here's the thing. Ace is going to get into the trees because she's fought with giants, and she knows giants like to throw shenaniganry.
Sure.
So, 5, 10, 15, 20, hide in the
hide in
the trees.
All right. If that'll be your turn, then Signis, you are up.
Signis being that Atlas and Shieldbear are ready. He you see as he slips on one of his masks, as you just hear this small little bit of a droning noise start before coming out as this guttural, horrifying screech. Each.
Okay, Shatter.
Each near the giant.
Giant will make a Constitution saving throw.
A creature made out of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage.
Well, here's the thing. They're technically still organic creatures on the inside. Their skin is just as stone.
I would argue that counts. I'm not sure. It's up to you though.
I mean, even if it was a
argue that
disadvantage,
it's
it still made
literally
it.
stone.
Yeah, honestly, even if it was a disadvantage, it still made it. So roll me damage.
Oh right. Let's see. So that is how much is that? Fucking 3d8. Yeah, there you go. That is 16.
So that reduced by half. The booming echo reverberates throughout the entire valley that you're currently in.
Signis is well, that was less expected. That was less effective than expected. Signis is going to look at Valencia and give her a bardic.
How do you inspire Valencia?
I know we have our differences, but right now, this thing's more of a threat to the people of Drangleic than anything that it could get at between in any situation right now. Oh, do what you do best. Fight.
Valencia nods as
Alright.
she saw what that thing did to Atlas.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so she's gonna...
Wait, no, he hasn't even... Signis hasn't ended his turn, he hasn't moved.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, move wherever you want to move at.
Signis is getting in the fucking tree.
Remember, each of those inclines is difficult terrain.
He has climbing
Um,
speed,
I-
basically.
Okay. Did I cut out? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you.
Oh, okay.
You're back.
Go
He's
to
in the
Boy Go.
trees.
Okay, Valencia's gonna. She can charge up here and still hit that thing with her lance. Twice. Let's see.
God, that is fucking cheeky. Holy shit. Fuck 10 feet weapon, Jesus.
How much is the inspiration?
D6, and it's
Six.
probably a 17
D6.
AC, so.
I'm gonna save that
I-
then.
Yeah, you would need
Yeah.
to hit a 6 exactly to hit that first one.
You know what? Fuck it. We don't use our inspirations enough. I'm gonna use mine to make you reroll that 7.
Okay. Let's see.
God damn.
Slightly more of a chance if you were to use the Bardic now.
Fuck.
Sadly,
That's a
15 will not
15.
hit.
Flanking?
Alright. Yeah.
Did we establish that flanking also is benefited from attacking from 10 feet away? I can't
I don't
remember.
know.
we didn't
That's why I
say.
asked.
Yeah, we didn't say it didn't, but we didn't say it did. I feel like it should. Like,
sure,
you know, 10 feet
sure. We'll
weapons are
say we'll
cool.
say
I
it
don't
does
know.
apply, so that does hit.
Yeah.
Yay. Exhaust.
Okay, one hit. Let the damage be good.
It's
Con save.
Can't save
It
from
can
the...
technically fail it.
It can
Technically,
technically fail it.
But it's probably
Yes,
gonna
not
roll well.
going to.
Fucking hell!
Damn.
It keeps rolling that
Look, look,
20.
look, look. Every nat 20 it makes on a save, that's one less nat 20 on an attack.
That's true. That's very true.
And this thing, is this thing immune to frighten?
Let me check.
We don't know.
It is not.
It is marked then.
All right, marked by unwavering mark.
Valencia?
All right.
Valencia is also gonna hold up her red eye ring that she hasn't used yet, and she's gonna cast Compel Dew on this creature,
Yeah.
since it comes right after her.
All right.
Oh,
Has to
yeah.
make a Wisdom saving throw, or be compelled to attack you. Well, has disadvantage on attacks and against other creatures. Yeah. Okay, so the first giant will make a Wisdom saving throw. It fails.
Hey, get there.
Hey.
Yep.
So it's now
Plus 4.
compelled to swing at you.
Question.
Yeah.
How does my dash work against it? Because it's not a attack, it's not a spell, and as long as I stop before I hit a wall, it does not deal damage.
I mean, you're still approaching somebody with the intention of hindering them, I think. Let me see.
If a creature damages a target or has a harmful spell.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
but it doesn't
I guess
need to
it
be
does specify.
harmful.
Yeah, it does specify that it has to be
Yeah.
harmful. So I guess it doesn't apply.
Let's go.
All right. In that case, anything else, Valencia?
That's a turn.
All right. So you run up on the back of your faithful steed, Roland, and stab twice with your lance. One of the attacks finds its mark against the leg of the giant, and then you proceed to activate the red eye ring. And I see as one of Valencia's eyes begins to glow red as the effect of the spell applies, similar to the Pursuer, actually. And with that, that'll be the end of your turn. The Royal Soldier will continue running. Will continue running out of here. He'll just dashes. He's trying to like zigzag basically, just in case the giant throws another rock his way.
Get the cover. Stick to trees.
It makes it right there at the edge of the map.
Very understandable.
Yeah.
And
He
now,
was ordered to run.
and now
At this
the
thought of the first giant's turn, I will, well then, try and knock him prone. One of these must succeed, right?
I seriously need to start buffing Shield Bearer with the Bardics.
Let's go!
Yeah.
all right, fails. So
I
it falls
will
prone.
make his... No, wait, let me think, because he can just stand up, so I will make his movement speed 0.
Okay.
Instead of knocking him prone.
Compelled duel breaks immediately. Yeah, no.
No, right? Because it's not a harmful spell,
It's not an attack.
and it's not an
Well-
attack.
No, I mean, you know, it is an attack, but it says
Oh,
if a friendly creature damages the target, that's the thing.
Oh.
It is an
yeah.
attack, though. It is an attack.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, why is it an attack?
Athletics checks made
Shoves
to
and
knock.
grapples are.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
athletics checks made to grapple or shove somebody are considered a special attack by the rules of D&D 5.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
It's fine because it doesn't
Compelled-
break it anyway, but yeah.
alright, in that case, he's not knocked prone, he's just 0 movement. I don't know if it helps.
I will say, I also placed implaceable mark on this, so this thing has like double disadvantage essentially. So you can break the compelled duel.
Still, it's now, it doesn't move, that's all I do.
Okay.
Compelled duel will not be broken.
BT does.
Okay.
So
I accidentally pressed the thing. Give me a second. So the first giant, despite being at 0 movement, is not really particularly deterred about what it was doing anyway. So it will turn its attention to Valencia. Thankfully for you, Valencia, the stomp doesn't have a range of 10 feet. So the giant is going to look over at the rest of you guys. Sorry, my dog is asking for some pizza slices. The giant is going to just try to slam Valencia. Oh my god. You just keep rolling above 20s.
oh god.
It succeeds.
He keeps rolling fucking 19s. Like,
You know,
luckiest giant of all time.
I do need to ask it, what does that mean for Roland? Or is he just not infected?
Well, it's basically flavor-wise. Obviously, this is it's a slam, so it's kind of like slamming down on Valencia. But it technically isn't like a multi-target thing. At least not yet. Basically what this means is that it's like a direct, like, you know, serious punch at Valencia. What's it called? So you take 21 points of bludgeoning damage. Then, despite having disadvantage, it'll turn its attention to one of your allies. Because it doesn't like being surrounded and also not moving. So I'm gonna roll a d3.
I mean, if he doesn't like not moving, shouldn't he attack me?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm the
That
one
reads as you, Shielder.
Fantastic!
So it's going to, for you, it will make another slam attack.
And it doesn't have disadvantage due to concentration breaking.
That is.
It still has disadvantage
Oh, the
because
mark.
I put both
Yes.
duel. Yeah.
Ah,
So-
fantastic! Then
So
it
12
misses.
misses. That is it for the first giant. Atlas, what are you gonna do now?
Okay.
Do you
Potion of
want
growth
him
is
to?
action, right?
By the way, if you could like move within this sort of range, that would be ideal because then I can boost you with what's called accelerator, decelerate. Hell, even here is fine.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, side step over here. The potion of growth is an action to take, right?
Not this one specifically, because you were handed it in a syringe by Doc, so it's a bonus action.
Okay, so...
Once again, do you want it prone? Because I can dash into it.
What's it called? No, having it prone doesn't... Actually... Yeah, fuck it, like, yeah, get it prone.
Then, well, I can't guarantee it, but let's try to get it prone. Come on!
Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay, let's see if it succeeds.
Go on!
In case it wasn't clear already, it has expertise in athletics. That's why it has a plus 12.
Yeah.
To that.
Enorme, padre. Fyller Espíritu Santo. Amen.
Yeah!
Shieldbearer Doctor's prone!
You just knock his shit, man! His shit just gets rocked. I just imagine Shieldbearer swinging into his kneecaps.
So you guys see as Shieldbearer rushes forward, and basically sideswipes his shield against the knee of the first giant, which causes it to tumble down. Timber, yeah, like Bard said, and it falls. Flavor-wise, it basically gets knocked on his ass against the side of the mountain, but it's mechanically prone. So just kind of gets sit down basically by the effects.
Okay. So Atlas is going to like look at the syringe for a bit and just say like just kind of like raise the syringe up and like, you know, like jam it like into what's it called, like just one of like the small openings in their armor.
Article 28. Each knight is a piece of the greater engine of Glamoth's might. An engine cannot function if the pieces refuse to break when needed.
As he's going to administer the potion of growth, as like you see kind of like blood kind of like spit out of like the fucking like holes in the visor as their armor grows with them, but in like a horrible sort of like, you know, like it almost looks like the armor is like kind of like alive and growing like a beetle metamorphosizing into its like, adult form. As Vortielite, could you make my token big?
Alright, I'll make your token bigger. As we now have a large Atlas right here with us, y'all.
Yeah. I want to draw, like, I'm gonna draw what this kind of looks like, but the hue kind of like goes like a little bit like blue with like a sort of like shimmering like bioelectricity. As like there were already kind of flaps that sort of resembled like moth wings / beetle wings like at the back, but they seem to be more pronounced now. As they're going to activate Meteoric Incineration, first of all, to gain that flying speed, and they are now attempting to punch this guy and grapple him at the same time. So, let's try this. That's a 16. Does that hit?
That will not hit.
No.
Well, no, technically Dr. Rock is flanking with you, I guess. So,
oh, yeah, that's true.
So that hits.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm going to... Yeah, so deal my damage. So that is that plus the potion of growth. And attempt to grapple. Damn it.
We'll
beat a
see if
6.
it,
Beat a
if it
16.
succeeds.
Yeah. I'm not gonna use my bardic on that specifically.
Just barely.
Oh!
Just barely
Damn.
succeeds.
Actually...
Yeah, at Defender
actually,
wins.
when can I use the bardic? Like, it's only
let me pull up the
pull
thing
up
for
thing.
Bardic. Bardic info.
Is it before it succeeds? Must decide before it succeeds. Yeah, okay, gotcha. That's fine. I'm going to try to grapple it again. Let's see.
Okay.
26. Actually, hold on.
We'll
Hold
see.
on.
We'll see. That's a little bit of a tougher
I'm going
one.
to I'm adding my bardic to that.
Oh!
That's
32.
30, 32.
Uh-huh.
It literally needs a nat 20 to succeed. We'll see if it gets it.
Yes!
Yeah,
Fails, so it's now prone and grappled.
So like punches it in like the face, and then grapples its like head, and now he's going to fly. Because it's still larger than Atlas, they are at half speed, so they can only move 30 feet. But that's fine. That's that's what Atlas is gonna do. Move up, fly up 30 feet, and allow it to fall. So it takes the 3d6 bludgeoning damage, and then flies back, down towards it, to deal the additional 8 fire damage.
So, you guys see as this enlarged version of Atlas with this glowing, almost like moth-like wings on the back, takes hold of the first giant. Atlas, you actually have like a pretty decent grip on it because, as I mentioned, multiple times already, its skin is kind of like stone, so it's firm like stone. So you're able to actually grip what is the equivalent of the ribcage with relative ease, and lift them up a little bit into the sky, and then drop them. Despite this being a relatively small distance for a creature of this size, their body impacts against the ground and cracks the terrain underneath them. You see as the area kind of rumbles around, and a couple of small stones like fall from the cliffside as this happens. So it takes the additional 2, and now you see as after the giant hits the ground, it lets out another horrible bellow. You see as, despite you holding it down to the best of your abilities, it seems to, for this instance, exert this insane amount of strength, even for a creature of this type of size. You see as the creature seems to, even despite your increased size, you struggle to maintain your hold against it. And not my computer lagging. There we go. And now we have entered stage 2.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. No. Oh, shit.
Meaning that it's no longer prone and grappled as it races up once again. Basically pushes you off of it, Atlas, with a big palm, kind of like pushing you aside. And the giant lets out this horrible bellow and looks enraged. Anything else?
Good question. I have used my actions and my bonus actions. I do believe that is actually it for me. Yeah, end turn. I'm gonna move over here, actually, and end turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, the first giant is going to start now using its legendary actions. Okay. He will. The first giant kind of.
Just realized something.
Yeah.
His attacks against me should have been normal.
Why?
The dashing effect says that whenever I use it, creatures have advantage on me until the end of my turn.
Well, I guess we'll keep that in mind going forward. The giant, you see as it begins to dig its heels into the ground once again. And Yeah, you see as its stone seems to harden somehow. You see as the rocky formations that make up the texture of its stone seem to coalesce and compress a little bit more. It'll activate this ability.
Oh no.
So
Once
it
per
grants
round.
itself 24 temporary hit points.
Plus whatever hit points it has.
And Rock, it is your turn.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Also, I think some of the images are a bit bugged of the character tokens.
Hold on.
It can't handle us. It can't handle this encounter.
There we go. Hold on, I think it fixed itself. Let me double check. I think it's only Vard's image that is being broken in the stream.
No, because some of ours were perpetually lit up.
Is
Yes,
it happening?
fixed.
Is it happening now? Okay. Yeah, no, it's only
No,
Bard's on my end. that
Only
is,
Bards is now stuck, but the rest is normal.
Give me a second. I'm just gonna. All right. Someone speak.
Yes.
Hello?
There we go. Now it fixed itself, I think. All right. So Rock, you're gonna use bonus action, flashbang. Psh. I don't know if this could even work on a creature that has no face. I want to be honest with you. But sure. I guess mechanically speaking, it doesn't say that it doesn't. So sure, you toss down a really quick flashbang, and it creates a deafening effect on the area. The giant seems to kind of wobble around. Oh, large or smaller.
Oh no, that's a huge creature.
Yeah, this sadly doesn't work on the giant, actually.
Well, that's a shame.
How would y'all feel about getting a smoke bomb? So the giant on a friggin' giant.
I think something without a face that has something like blind sight. Or tremor
Bomb's
sense.
always good.
Oil bomb is genuinely good.
Yeah, dealer's choice, man. Oil bomb, whatever you want to do.
Bomb. I could set it on fire.
Okay.
Potentially.
So, I always keep forgetting how this one works. Do you need to make an attack roll, or does it just get splashed with oil? Mixing your bombs, explosive bomb deals no damage, because each creature with a blast radius. The next creature Cardinal takes fire damage. Or each for fire damage roll up. That's within 5 feet. Okay. In that case, sure. You throw the what's it called? You throw the oil bomb on the first giant, and you see as it's the oil begins to cover its stone body, trickling down, through it. Poison as a bonus section. Do you still need to land the attack, don't you, with the thing?
Yeah, I think he does. I think
so,
he's saying like he's using
yeah,
offhand attack.
Make me the attack with the syringe then. Even with flanking, that's not gonna work.
Yes.
Anything else?
Maybe the inspiration, DM inspiration.
If you have it, you can use it. Or you doesn't like my combat. No?
Ah, damn.
Damn. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Completely fair.
In that case, if that'll be your turn, Dr. Rock, then at the end of your turn, the giant...
Hey, that's my thing.
The giant will look over at one of the two that are hiding behind behind the foliage here.
Oh boy.
To be out
I'm
of
guessing
reach.
that's Signis.
Define out of reach. Rock. Because
You
if
can't toss toads.
because if you go too far, it will take an off attack on you.
Fair.
Okay, so you're not moving out of reach. All right. So, Signis, the first giant looks in your direction, and you see as from the hole in the face, a shockwave comes out, like a thunderous roar emanates from its head, boom, alongside a bellow, similar to the ones I've been doing so far.
Using my own against me, it seems.
Fucking Elden Ring giant.
Yeah, exactly. It's an Elden Ring giant ability. Thank you. I need to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He is using Signis' own tricks against him! Oh, fuck. I'm not good at these.
Oof.
Yeah, that's dog shit.
You take...
How tall is the tree?
Not tall enough for this thing.
I meant because if he gets knocked prone.
Oh, you did
I mean,
say
he
you
was
climbed...
under the tree, right?
Oh, did you climb up the tree, or
Signis was
you...
at least... Yeah, he was probably in, like, one of the lower branches, so he could, like
okay.
have line of sight with them, but he probably would have at least been, like, 10 or so feet up if the tree's that tall.
In that case, you would only fall the additional 10 feet. Signis, you thought that you were safe. We're up here in one of the branches of the tree, and you see as the giant turns towards you, and lets out like that bellowing roar at you. You feel the thunderous impact, hit you in your chest, and you're knocked off the tree, fall 10 feet, and you take an additional 2 points of falling damage as you fall prone.
Shit!
That was the legendary action at the end of Rock's turn. Shield Bearer, go ahead.
Bash into him!
Again!
If it ain't broke,
Listen.
keep doing it.
I mean, I have more things to do, but due to roleplay, I don't want to do it. I want to bash him into one of these ledges. I don't know
These are
which ones
inclines
are
that go
up.
low. It's not actually a wall, remember.
And
this right
is?
here, this is a wall. This is a wall right here.
In that case, I will... Let's see... 5... 10, 15, 20... Bash him like
Remember,
this.
those areas are difficult terrain.
Yes, I do have enough.
Okay. So you bash him against the wall, which will means that it'll take
And knock him
damage.
prone.
Okay.
For 10 bludgeoning.
10 points of bludgeoning damage on the first giant.
Then for the bonus action...
Oh yeah, has to break I forgot.
Yeah. Listen, it's not a lot of damage, but it's all I can do for now. And for bonus action, Shield Barrier to protect Atlas.
Okay. In that case, Ace, Actually, at the end of
Because-
Shieldur's turn. The go ahead,
Can
sorry.
I test if, when I speak with the different languages, I know if he reacts to anything?
Not at all. It does not seem to
Damn.
be any mood for conversation.
I just never can use my talents.
I mean, fight some humanoid creatures and they'll
Even then, the hole is out of reach.
really cool. It's prone, so it can't really use one of its legendary actions. It needs to be standing for that one.
Nice.
So it'll just use the roar again. So it just looks up. Another bellowing roar comes out. This one will be aimed at the other person who's far away. Ace.
Far away.
Give me a con save.
Oh no. Well, you're good at
Well,
these,
girl.
right?
Here's the thing. Proficient in con saves. Have a negative in constitution.
Oh, right, you're fucking right.
Why do you always play negative constitution fighting? Never mind.
It did it.
You make it. All right. So you see the giant bellow, thunderous energy of the giant fly towards you. You're able to duck right below the tree, and you see as a segment of the tree gets like a chunk taken off of it by the roar. But you managed to avoid it.
Yeah, it's basically like the cartoony thing of like Ace ducked her head at the last minute, and then she pokes her head out, sees the tree is gone now. Like, it was a perfect stump. Yeah, like...
The hair has like a hole in it.
Her hat has a hole in it.
Sake's alive!
So...
Figured this fella was gonna throw rocks or something, or a tree, but... Scales, why are giants in your... You're not gonna want to do this!
I don't think Valencia has actually seen a giant before.
No, she has not.
Valencia is also like 100 feet away. I think
Yeah,
the
Ace
only
is just...
answer is
Ace
what?
is just screaming this.
I feel like
Ace.
the roar is causing people's ears to ring as well. Like...
Basically, because remember you guys are in like a valley of sorts, so they're not an close place, obviously by any stretch of the imagination, but it carries the sound of the roar like in various different directions. So Ace, speaking of which, is your turn.
Is man's prone now?
Yes.
Frig. I hate that y'all did that. Cause that's limiting options for Ace right now. But I know most of y'all's are melees. Let's see.
Star Fox, fire at will.
Let's see.
Magic missile?
Nope. Yeah, I got magic missiles. I'm trying to see, like, for my bonus action, what I can do. Because I have to get closer for a couple of them.
You don't have
Nice
the
roll.
sniper feat? I don't know what the name is.
Sharpshooter.
I don't have spell
Sharpshooter.
sniper.
Oh, dang.
Like, I have pseudo spell sniper. Like, I can ignore 3/4 cover with Lady Luck with one of my infusions. But yeah, no. Okay, so yeah, action, magic missile.
All right, roll me roll me your 3 magic missiles, or whatever level you're casting this at.
Blam. Yeah, we're gonna do, because I'm saving a second level slot in case man throws something.
Okay,
So, yeah,
that almost
that's,
gets rid of the rest of the temporary hit points.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna do a thing.
You're going to accelerate? Don't you need to be within a range of Ace to do that? Or what are you gonna do?
Oh,
I'm
wait, let me see
65
the range
feet
of
away.
let me check the range of accelerate and decelerate. Wait, hold up. Damn it, 60 feet. Shit.
Yeah.
Oh well. Oh, that's sad. Oh well.
It be
What can I
like
do?
that sometimes. Bonus action. Well, here's the thing. You could potentially accelerate one of my shenaniganry because I have to move closer.
Yeah. Please do.
5, 10, 15, 20. Because I gotta get close for this. He is prone. He is a big lumbering giant. I guess he's probably bad at deck saves. Bonus action. I'm gonna use my friggin' Wandslinger features to throw an Ace of Sparks. The Ace of Shocks at this man's.
All right.
So dexterity save.
The first giant will
I get a cherry palm.
We'll make it a 30 saving throw.
It's save or half at least.
Oh
so
boy.
that's
Just-
friggin'
Just imagine if one of
3.
those crits is in a melee attack.
God.
Can you accelerate one of the shock at least?
Let me read this. I'm not too sure.
Wait.
Creature you can see within. Oh, so it's the target, not the attacker.
okay.
it
Oh,
works
so you
actually, yeah.
you could accelerate
Okay.
the
well,
magic
Oh
yeah,
shit!
missiles?
so-
I'll
No, you
accelerate the
can't.
magic
It's an
missiles.
attack. No, it's an attack. It's an
Oh.
attack.
Oh,
Okay.
So you can
Very
accelerate. Yeah,
mind.
it has to be an attack. Yeah.
well, I guess that I'm
Right.
only getting use out of that with Valencia or Atlas. Well, oh well.
Or Dr. Rock. But yeah, go ahead.
Everybody
so
except for Ace and Roy.
takes the half of that damage, which does get rid of the rest of his temporary hit points, at least.
And no, this dude's really big. So
All right.
20.
Thank you for joining us in the stream, Rob. Catch you later on. Oh, sorry, I was just reading the chat real quick.
Oh,
25.
oh
40
boy.
gets us the right here. Cause I'm using the Ace is using the ridges as cover. But after seeing what that friggin' that shockwave shenaniganry can do, she's a little bit nervous because this is out of her element. EOT.
Okay. And I already used all 3 legendary actions. Signis, it's your turn.
Signis is gonna run up his movement, and he can't run up he can't run up 40 feet like he usually does because he's not wearing the Fool Mask. That's 30 feet. That's good enough. I cast Bane.
Yeah.
Cool.
Gotcha.
Leo.
Can he make charisma saves?
The first giant will make a charisma saving throw, and we'll see how that goes for them.
Yeah.
Jesus, don't need to scream like that, Nathan. But it is now Bane, so it has a negative D4 to attack rolls and saving throws.
Yep, and bonus action. I'm gonna put a bardic on Atlas,
Thank you.
All right.
and that's gonna be the end of my turn.
Valencia, you're up. Can we
Valencia's
add the
gonna
Giant
do-
Slayer to your list?
Hopefully. She does have an action side that she hasn't used. And she's gonna use that to attack 4 times.
Go ahead. It is prone. Actually, let me double check something
Right.
about the
Wait,
prone
you should be rolling with the-
condition. Hold on. Don't
You should
say
be-
anything just
Oh,
yet.
go ahead.
Because I believe prone does specify the creature has to be
5
within
feet.
5 feet of the target.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dang it.
Being prone.
Yes.
Yes, it does say it actually. So these are, unless you want to close that gap with Roland, this would all be a straight roll.
I'm gonna not risk it.
Okay.
That's 2 hits.
So 2
I'm
hits.
gonna use a Divine Inspiration to make that hopefully a 3rd hit. There we go. 3 hits.
Yeah.
Alright, 3 hits. Roll me your 3 damages. Pow, pow, pow. 7, 12, 4. And then has to make a con. Well, it's already prone.
It's already
Yeah.
It's already prone.
So.
I don't know if you have multiple prone effects.
No, that's not a thing.
No.
You're
I
not
have
in 3rd
effects that-
edition.
I mean, I have effects that says instead of prone, you can.
Alright.
Or when a creature get pushed prone, you
And you
can.
heal for 14 points due to second wind.
He's almost max health now.
Alright. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
You run up with Roland right as this creature is like sitting against the, or is being sat down against the mountain wall. Cha cha cha, stab, and the creature looks well beyond bloodied at this point. You start seeing this sort of like grayish, like blood-like substance begin to pour from the otherwise stone-like skin of this creature.
So you can squeeze blood from a stone.
Sure.
I hate you.
The royal soldier is not even bothering looking back at this point. He just keeps shouting, "Captain! Captain! Anyone!" As he just runs
Captain!
off. Yeah, basically.
Captain!
Captain, my
At
captain.
the start of his turn.
You didn't
Yeah,
you
I
already
need to do it.
Didn't you already use
Nope,
two of
I
yours?
haven't used a single reaction this round.
Huh, okay.
I always save them up.
Right.
To bash!
I mean, hey, I don't know why bother making the maps this big if the enemy is just gonna be locked down to protect
Oh.
the position.
Oh, Remember,
Natural
it is made.
20.
It's 21 actually,
Natural 1.
but it still succeeds. So it
Roll-
takes 8 damage and
roll
it
the
cannot
D4
move
anyway.
until the end of his turn.
Okay.
I'm rolling a d4 anywhere for insult to injury.
No, because it's his attacks or saves, and it's not a save.
Yes. It doesn't apply against checks. That's what Hex
Dang.
is for.
I need to get Hex.
So now it cannot move and it is prone.
Okay.
I will keep annoying the shit out of him.
I mean, hey, like logically speaking, we'll see what happens here. The first giant.
Fact of the matter is, this guy's still chewing us up.
Not
I
entirely,
haven't
like I said,
taken a
he's-
single
he's-
point of
I mean,
damage.
you should have taken damage because you didn't remember that the attacks would have been made a straight roll.
I mean, yeah, but then I could heal, but
The giant, you see as it reaches around. It doesn't even need to stand up for this ability. See, it reaches towards one of the nearby trees, uproots it while still on the ground, and then just basically like in a broom-like fashion, just like sweeps the ground directly around it. And I need Valencia, Roland, Shieldbearer, AR to make me, and Dr. Rock to make me a dexterity saving throw.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you have half cover, so that's +2 for you.
Awesome. 16, 17.
Let me read real quick.
What's the ZC for this?
I'm about to show it in a moment. It is the same as the Stomp DC, so 17.
Yay.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go.
Come on.
Wide sweep. So you guys see us with that tree in hand, just swings it all over the area, and so who failed, who succeeded?
And
Roland, no.
Roland fails.
It's not a tank attack, so I can't use Veer.
Roland failed. Valencia fails. And that's it. Everybody else.
If
Atlas
the
and
horse
Jubler
dies,
succeeded.
this thing's going down so fast.
So that's 3d8 plus 6.
I just imagine shield bearer breakdancing on a shield.
15 points of bludgeoning damage. And anybody who
Is
failed.
Roland fucking okay?
This
the
is
horse
19
okay?
health, and they take half damage from that because they have evasion.
Oh, true.
It's true.
Oh, thank God.
So Roland is still
What's
looking
the-
relatively alright.
Do they take 7 or 8 damage?
You need to get
Seven.
force armor.
7, because our damage always rounds now.
Okay, that's still good.
Right. Still prone. Still prone. So, and has no movement, so it can't really do much beyond that.
Until the end of his turn.
I mean, it doesn't matter, because that would still
I
mean
don't know
that
if
they're
he has a
prone.
legendary action. Yeah, but
What's it called? AR, go ahead.
Okay, so bonus action. The science or bioelectricity courses through the suit's, just courses through the entire suit, lighting up the fists.
Until everything burns to ashes!
I'm going to activate
fuck.
Divine Favor, which means that I deal 2d4 extra damage whenever I hit, because I have potion growth as well.
nice.
I'm going to attempt to punch him and grapple him at the same time. Forgot to roll something? What did I forget to roll? D4 for potion time? Is it
How many
different?
hours the growth effect lasts?
Oh, is that
Oh yeah.
a thing?
Yeah, that's the thing with
Yes.
potions of growth.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but, sure. Cool, I'm
4
stuck like
hours.
this.
4 hours.
Anyway, so,
AR is huge.
I'm gonna attempt to hit him. That is a 20.
We'll hit.
Yep. Make me a con save as well.
Okay.
Remember, Bane.
Alright,
don't-
yeah, no.
I don't think Bane will do anything
gonna-
for that.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Gonna attempt to grapple as well with that same attack.
Okay.
God dang
Alright,
it.
that's fine. I'm going to attempt to punch him again. Let's do this. 21.
21 will hit.
Right, make me a con save. I'm
is
going to
this the-
pump in a second level smite.
Is
where
this
it as
your
well.
last attack of the turn?
Yes.
I cast accelerated second level.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
That'll be 2d6
Alright, so,
plus
give me
4.
just a yeah, so 8
12.
plus this amount.
$24, 34 points of damage.
Uh-huh. As
Oh,
Atlas is
shit!
just going to, like, just start
It also
raising
it also activates the oil, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does!
And
So,
36 for the
An
bomb.
additional 15
Oh
fire damage.
shit!
34 plus 5
I
plus 15.
must say, I love how much everyone combined just starts boosting Atlas.
Atlas is the carry.
49 damage. 45 damage. Yeesh.
Oof.
No, 40. No, plus 4. So it's
It's
49.
8 plus an additional 4 because
Okay,
because
plus, okay, yeah, so 49. 49 points of damage on the first giant. Let me see. Damn, they didn't get a chance to re-up their their temporary hit points this round. So Atlas, how do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Atlas the Giant Slayer!
So you just kind of like, Atlas like, punches it once, kind of like, flipping it over, grabs like the head, lifts it up, like, just like finger by finger, just turns into a fist, and what happens is the sort of moth-like wings at the back, like kind of like flutter as excess heat, you know, like just billows out as the punch is like what's it called? Like enhanced, like like by like rocket thrusters in the elbow, and just fires right into the like the giant's like
Face hole?
belly. Like right into the giant's belly. Like the fist sinks in, and the arm kind of lights up with like a fire that just like courses through the giant's body and sputters out like of its face hole.
Okay.
It's good.
So you make this direct impact with the giant, and the combined burst of energies that are currently empowering you, in addition to your own size, makes it so that you're effectively shoving your fist like directly to their body, so to speak. Well, you see as the moment that the the sputter comes out of the giant's like face hole, the rest of its body begins to crack, from the inside. Like jets of fire begin to come out, and after the energy's done, like bursting into the giant, you just see as like the sizzling sort of like smoke is coming out of its body, and then it falls backwards into the what's it called? Into the wall. Yeah, basically like the worm. The first giant is now defeated.
And now the second giant shows up.
It comes out of the first giant. It's like smaller. It's like a Matryoshka doll.
And that will bring us to the end of this combat encounter. And, well, would you look at the timer? I say that will also bring us to the end of today's session for the time being.
I'm curious how they're gonna see us next session.
Congratulations, y'all. You have felled the first giant that has been spotted by Drangleic individuals in the last 100 years.
It would be cool if it was the last, but I think we're gonna see more of these things.
I can probably carry this thing to the castle.
For sure we can. Like,
in case it wasn't made clear, like how I described this specific giant, how it was traveling light, how it was hiding, all of that. It's very clear that this is a scout.
Yeah.
And if just the scout is this strong, then you can imagine how their warriors or elite warriors are at.
It's scout. It's a scout, just like Atlas.
True. They're like best buds, y'all.
This is also a scout.
But don't let that explanation make you feel any less good about your victory today, because you want to know something funny? This was the boss that I wanted y'all to fight first before the Rotten. So you got him anyway.
This is just gonna look down at the corpse and just say, "Well, I could use some fentanyl."
Okay. Let me get rid of music here. But before we leave off for the time being, I hope that those of you who are still watching the stream enjoyed watching along the adventure of this particular group of adventurers. Be sure to like, subscribe, whatever you want to do. And, maybe we can make it to 100 subs before the end of the year. Before we leave off... Oh, go ahead.
Well, I want to say this party is always at each other's throat, but when it comes down to it, we work so good together.
We're one hell of a fucking team, yeah.
Well, like I say,
the team has such good cohesion ability-wise.
Like I say, I don't know why I make the maps this big if we're just gonna be locking down the enemy to a particular segment of the map.
I'm good at one thing.
At this point, y'all should have learned from my mistakes because, yeah, you got controllers that are good at controlling.
I mean, motherfucker, you had like the opposite mistake where like you had like, you know, huge maps and I had like 1,000,000 movement speed and you just didn't let me use it. That's the opposite fucking thing.
No, I'm saying like nowadays, because y'all don't let me do my chases no more. Y'all be blowing up. Y'all just be taking out 2 turns.
No idea what you're talking about.
But with that, we have to say goodbye to the stream here. Again, shout out to Sound Phenomenon, to FromSoft, to Larian, and of course, most of all, shout out to my wonderful players here today with us. Hopefully, see you all again next time on the next session of Dark Souls Dirge of Drangleic. Goodbye, everybody.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.